Going live, going live, going live, going live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, trade 5. Perfect time the pod is about to go live. Go live. Double tap at the like button. We are live in the 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. hour. You know what it is. It's the Perfect Timing Podcast, you guys. Double tap at the like button. Y'all know what to do. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for coming to the live chat. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by community guidelines. Welcome to the live chat. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines, man. It's so important that you do so, man. It's so important that you do so, man. Hey, relax and talk sports in the building. Trump knows. Giving Democrats the boo blues. Giving Democrats the boo. That's what we do. It's MAGA Monday. Every Monday, 1 p.m., Monday through Friday. This is what we do here. Geopolitical debate, the number one space on YouTube, the number one live stream on YouTube, the number one debate on YouTube for the geopolitical debate on YouTube. It's the Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash real fast. 2026 did last. We're going to talk about it last. We're going to talk about it right now. We coming to you from the Straits of Hormuz. We coming to you from the shutdown. The clock is ticking. I don't know if you've seen that fire thumbnail. Thumbnail. The clock is ticking. Tick. 11:59 p.m. tonight. We don't want to extend, as far as I understand, we don't want to extend the ceasefire. We're not going to extend the ceasefire. Hit the like button, double tap as you come in. Trump said we're not extending the ceasefire. What we going to do is we going to bomb the hell out of them, but I think they're going to come to the table and negotiate. Right now, I got on the screen behind us, I showed you last time, they took down a Chinese ship. This is the video got released of the Navy junior officer and them taking down and firing on an Iranian ship to keep and make sure that the Straits of Hormuz stay closed. What happens to a gas station if it can't sell gas? Double tap, hit the like button. What happens to a gas station if it can't sell gas? Well, it goes out of business, man. Withers on the vine. That's the design, just like Cuba. Double tap, hit the like button. You're watching the Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with the dash, the number one podcast on YouTube. Pushing it out right now, man. Make sure y'all hit the like button as y'all come in, man. Double tap, hit the like button as y'all come in, man. We are watching live right now. The Navy took an Iranian ship, fired on the Iranian ship, and then they released the footage. Shout out to Pete. The Department of War. Shout out to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio doing a great job. Jared Kushner. We're going to talk about Jared Kushner, Steve Wilcock, not only in Abu Dhabi, but now brand new peace agreement between Israel and Lebanon. I knew you seen the shorts on my page. I'm the first one to bring it to you. Oh, double tap at the like button. BBC Fair Use coming in with the video.
We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
This is live footage They just fired on them. This is live footage from the Straits of Hormuz. America fires on an Iranian vessel that won't stay out. Just boarding the vessel. This is live footage. From the Straits of Hormuz. Double tap, hit that like button. This is live footage from the Straits of Hormuz and the Navy junior officer and the Navy. There's been a lot of questions on whether or not we got the Straits under control. You've been seeing these little images of these fast boats. I've already told you that we destroyed the Navy, we destroyed the Armed Force, we destroyed the Air Force. They don't have anything left. So, and then you hear people speculating about these $1,000 mines at the bottom of the ocean. Does it look like in this operation, as we board the vessel, as we move around the Straits of Hormuz like it's the fucking Lake Erie, you know what I'm saying? Did it seem like we were afraid of any mines on the bottom of the ocean? Why is that? Anybody want to know why we're not afraid of any mines on the bottom of the ocean? The reason is because we have something called UUVs. Now, and a lot of the reports I've heard, a lot of the people haven't talked about what's actually on the ground, why we're being so successful. Why are we so successful? I said it's 10,000 troops. It's over 100,000 planes. I said we got multiple carriers and crabs, but something called the UUV. These are underwater unmanned, basically drones that are going across the bottom of the ocean, where bottom of the Straits of Hormuz, clearing up the mines. That's why in this video you don't see our Navy forces. They're not afraid of any mines. Again, I'm coming to you live from the Straits of Hormuz. You might look at this and see, is this an operation? Or is this they're practicing in Lake Erie, right? You know what I'm saying? This has to be the Gulf of America. This can't be the Straits of Hormuz. We can't be halfway across the world because they said Pete Hegseth didn't know what he was doing. They said Donald Trump didn't know what he was doing. They said Iran was winning and we didn't have command of the Straits. So this video must be some type of psyop. This must be filmed in Michigan, right? There's got to be Lake Erie, right? Double tap, hit the like button. This can't be life, right? It can't be what I'm reporting today because it would dispel everything that they've told you on the legacy media. That's why you come here. Double tap, hit the like button. That's why you watch me, Perfect Timing Podcast, on YouTube, giving you the reality. This is a live video released by Pete Hegseth and the Department of War in the Straits of Hormuz. It may look like Michigan. It may look like Lake Erie, but that's what type of command we have right now in Iran. Double tap, hit the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast coming with the blast.
Motor Vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room.
Are y'all able to hear that? It's kind of low. That's a junior Navy officer telling to vacate your engine room. Tosca. The ship was called Tosca. Now remember this ship was already sanctioned by the Biden administration. Going back to Venezuela, how many people have been paying attention doing their geopolitical homework? Going back to Venezuela, when we captured that ship off the coast of Venezuela, it was already sanctioned. Remember the oil tanker that was in much debate. Remember the double tap on the drug boat with Pete Hegseth and the Navy SEALs when they did the double tap on the drug boat, where the following week the news was about an oil tanker that we took down that was actually sanctioned oil tanker, but no one ever discussed on the legacy media it was sanctioned by Biden. It wasn't sanctioned by Trump. Trump was the only one who had balls to take down the tanker, take down Venezuela, take down Cuba, and now we're in the Straits of Hormuz, moving around like it's Lake Erie. Double tap, hit the like button. I bring it up because this tanker, the Tosca, is also a sanctioned tanker. A lot of people on the left with their ideology believe that they deserve to be moving in and out of the Straits of Hormuz. They're not telling you that these are unsanctioned tankers that are illegally moving goods and have been doing so under the Biden regime. The only time this is stopped is under President Trump. Double tap at the like button. The only time this has been addressed, yes, the smuggling, the fraud, the unsanctioned tankers from Venezuela to the Straits of Hormuz, if you guys recall, when we got that tanker off the coast of Venezuela, it had special technology. At the time, I wondered, where did they get this tech from? Now we know. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm coming to you live from the Straits of Hormuz. This is a junior naval officer telling a sanctioned Iranian tanker to pull over. Get them likes up, y'all.
Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
is the Navy boarding the ship. So we boarded the ship. You see them firing on first we gave a warning. But they didn't adhere to the warning. Then we fired on the ship. Then you see us boarding the ship.
Engine room. Vacate your engine room.
Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. This is American junior naval officer in the Straits of Hormuz outside of Iran. For all of the Candace Owens, for all of the Tucker Carlsons, for all of the blue-hair protesting purple liberals who keep saying Iran is winning, this dispels all of that. This is us in complete control of the Straits of Hormuz.
We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
We are prepared to subject you to disabling fire. What does that sound like? He said, shut down your engine or we are prepared to hit you with disabling fire. And no one is stopping us. This is Iran. This is Straits of Hormuz. This is America. And remember, Pete Elkins said this is only 10% of our naval force. This is not all of the American armed forces. This is not our Army, Air Force, and Marines. This is just 10% of the Navy. 10% of the Navy. We got 2 carriers out there. That's it. And we shutting shit down. Double tap at the like button, man. Double tap at the like button. If anybody said Iran is winning the war, this is going so bad for Trump. Is it going bad? MAGA knew the climate. Whoa, that MAGA. It's MAGA Monday in the house, y'all. It's MAGA Monday, man. MAGA knew the climate. Double tap at the like button. I mean, we gotta give. This is the thing, though. This is like my brother Scott Jennings when he be on CNN debating. This is the thing, brothers and sisters. We have to give our American military some props. I believe the TDS has gone so far and has gone and rotted the brains of average Americans so much that we can't give props to what we're actually watching right now. I keep saying what we're actually watching: a naval junior officer, 10% of the Navy, not this entire fleet. You know what I'm saying? Can we just be honest about our service men and women and how well they performed and how well they have performed? I mean, I understand you may not like Trump. You may not agree with this action. Another thing I wanted to bring up, the legacy media keeps calling this a war. I don't remember war powers being granted. I don't remember Trump going to Congress. So I don't really like when CNN keeps referring to this as a war if it's not actually officially a war. More propaganda, right? But this goes to why people can't give props to the military, right? But here on this channel, we back blue, and we want to say thank you to the military for your sacrifice and for your service, and I want to give you props for doing an awesome job. You are doing a great job. While everybody was player hating, Trump moved an armada to the Middle East. See, while everybody was distracted by everyday partisan politics, because you got to ask yourself, when did we get so many troops there? How did we get all of these forces there and the ability to have such command in the region almost halfway around the world? Well, while you were on listening to Candace Owens and listening to CNN and ABC, we moved 10,000 troops in the region. We have a major armada in the region, over 100 airships in the region. So while everybody was saying that they didn't know what they were doing, they allowed the chatter. While we put together an armed force, only 10% of the Navy, keep that in mind, I'm gonna keep saying that, Pete Hegesell, only 10% of the Navy to accomplish what we've accomplished thus far. My brother in the chat said Iran is winning. Like, I think people believe Iran is winning the media war, but I disagree with Iran winning the media war because of people like myself and people like you. If you look at my channel, I'm doing millions of views. We just did 500,000 views last week with only 3 live streams. We're going live every day this week. If you look at my channel, we're doing millions of views. We're doing millions of impressions. And what I do every day is give a reality that's not being propagated by the legacy media. And the truth is, I don't believe they're winning the I don't believe they're winning the media war. I believe every day when I say Marsha Armini's name, when I bring up them hanging a young man in Tehran Square, when I bring up the difference in Islam of 2026 versus the Islam of the 19th century. Every day I'm educating my audience, and it permeates the psyche of America and the globe, because what people have not been honest about is this changing of human society and human culture, this protest that's been going on since the 12-day war, and the changing and evolving of Islam. It's deeper than everything. So I disagree. I believe that IRGC is a deep doo-doo, because they understand more complex issues like I understand, that Islam is changing, that the young people who are Muslim in Iran do not believe as their grandfathers. They're facing a bigger fight as far as the media, as far as culture, as far as relevancy, a greater fight than a lot of people would like to be honest about or truly understand what's happening. What I say about every day, you may be new here. Every day I talk about how vast and diverse, complex and beautiful Iran was, the birth of algebra, the birth of philosophy. There were Christians in Iran. There were Jews in Iran. There were Catholics in Iran. But this regime, they've been persecuted 2 to 3 million. Now there's about 200,000 or 300,000. People don't understand what I argue. See, this is the problem with the IRGC. This is why they're here. This is why I brought up yesterday East and West Germany. See, there's a cultural shift and a cultural change that is happening that's deeper than Trump, deeper than America, deeper than the Jewish boogeyman, right? Israel, muah, muah. No, it's deeper than that. It's a morality police who killed a Kurdish woman for not wearing her hijab properly. A morality police. Do you understand? A theocracy, a morality police that murdered a Kurdish woman, beat her to death in the police van. It's about that for those people. It's about that. See, America is so privileged. America is so privileged, so entitled. We got air conditioning. We got Uber Eats. You got Uber. You got Waymo. You got fucking Waymo, brothers. America is so entitled. We don't understand persecution. We didn't understand the persecution in Venezuela. We didn't understand that Maduro was a dictator. Joe Biden was on the phone with the duly elected president of Venezuela. How many people really understand geopolitics and how we get to Iran? How many people truly understand the geopolitical climate and how we get to Iran? Joe Biden raised the sanctions on Maduro. Joe Biden called Maduro a dictator. You guys don't understand in America, with your privilege, what it's like to live under a dictatorship. With your purple-haired liberals protesting, you guys don't understand what it's like to live under a dictatorship. Why are we in Venezuela? Why are we in You guys don't understand what it's like to live under a dictatorship and not have the religious freedom. This is why we say Don Lemon need to be prosecuted. And Don Lemon, we not letting you off the hook. Double tap at the like button. Don Lemon, we not letting you off the hook. Anybody thought we was letting Don Lemon off the hook? Did anybody think we was letting Don the Face Act? See, you can't walk into a church and do what Don Lemon did in America. These American principles mean something because they don't have these freedoms in Iran. Don Lemon has to go to prison because what it's like to live under a theocracy. Don Lemon has to be prosecuted because what it's like to live under a dictatorship, or else it's not America. Double tap hit the like button. Or else it's not America. Or else it's not America. This is the difference between Iran. This is the difference between Venezuela. This is the difference between those countries and America, what a theocracy is and what religious freedom looks like. See, this is the thing about the Gen Z and all of the baby whining LGBTQ young people. They don't understand that they're giving away their freedoms for their fake idealism, for their fake ideology, for their purple hair protests. They're giving away their freedoms. They don't understand that Iranians are being persecuted. They can't go whatever church they want to go. You understand what I'm saying? That Venezuelans were being persecuted. And this is the thing when you demonize my lovely President Trump. It's Mega MAGA Monday. We pro-Trump around here. We pro-America. We pro-MAGA. The thing is when you demonize my brother Trump, it's like you're not paying attention. And I know you're only going surface level. That's why I bring up Maduro. That's why I bring up Biden's sanctioning Maduro, sanctioning that oil tanker, Biden raising the bounty on Maduro's head, Biden actually speaking to the duly elected president of Venezuela. Biden was on the phone with the elect. Do you know what Maduro did? Maduro put him in prison. He was not released from prison. Does anybody understand anything or know anything about geopolitics? Do you just watch CNN? Or do you just watch CNN? Do you know he was not released from prison? He was not released from prison until Trump invaded invaded Venezuela and liberated the people of Venezuela. You know what was part of the liberation of Venezuela? Does anybody know this? What was part of the liberation of Venezuela? Well, what was part of the is the freeing of political prisoners, including the duly elected president. Did you guys know that Maduro had political prisoners, including the duly elected? See, the opposition party there was an election in Venezuela, but Maduro, being a dictator, did not honor the election. The winner of the election spoke on the phone with Joe Biden. Yeah, this was January 20th. This was days before Trump became president. This was days before Trump became president. Joe Biden was on the phone with the elected president of Venezuela, congratulating him and calling Maduro a dictator days before he handed over the office to Trump. How many people follow their geopolitics? How many people follow their geopolitics? This is what happened. So when you saw us going to Venezuela, there were things you didn't understand. There were things, if you just want to hate Trump and you have your TDS, if you're only on the surface, you wouldn't know. You didn't know that Biden sanctioned Maduro, sanctioned oil tankers, called Maduro a dictator, and congratulated the duly elected. This is the same thing with Iran. When I bring up the fact that there was a Kurdish woman named Masha Amini, put her name in the chat, say her name. There was a Kurdish woman. Her name was Masha Amini. She wasn't even Muslim, but she was Iranian, and she was with her brother. And they arrested, the morality police arrested her, and she was unalived in the back of a police van for improperly wearing her hijab. Just recently, a young man was hung in Tehran Square. Things are changing. Things are changing. It has nothing to do with some of the things that the TDS, Trump deranged syndrome, purple hair protesters are upset about here in America. What you should do is you should pray for the liberation of not only the people of Venezuela, but everyone in the globe who lives under a dictatorship, who lives under a theocracy. The world is changing. It's no longer the 19th century. This racism, this black and white, this red and blue, this men and women, this thing that we used to have to live by. I'm telling you, the young people will not live by these paradigms in the future. Everything has to be male or female, gay or straight, black or white, red or blue, right? Muslim or Christian. Well, we're done with it. We're fucking done with it. We're all humans. We all love each other. We want to live in a new world. The baby boomers are done, right? The baby boomers are getting old. 3 years, all the baby boomers. This baby boomer, 19th century ideology of the Cold War, of black and white, of Democratic Republican, we're done. And what people need to understand is the problem that people have with this message that I'm sharing with you today is it's profitable. See, the reason why these things exist, anybody understand markets and economy? The reason why these things exist is because it's profitable. If you're sitting at home and you're listening to me and you're saying, well, I agree with what he's saying is basically common sense. Why is it the way it is? It's profitable. It's profitable. It's profitable. They making money, man. And they don't care about your feelings. This is why older people like myself get upset. Because there's profit. And you looking at everything as Democrat and Republican, and you looking at everything as black and white, and every time something happens, you say it happened to me because I'm black. They profit off of that. There are people making money off of this lowbrow intellect of American citizens. That's why we call you sheeple. That's why it's called a social media feed, because they're feeding the sheeple. It's extremely profitable. Facebook got caught. Mark Zuckerberg had to testify. How many people are paying attention to what I'm saying? Facebook got caught. Mark Zuckerberg had to testify. Why? Why? Because they were caught doing exactly what I'm saying, splitting up the American people into black and white, Democrat and Republican, and using that to drive advertising. Y'all remember? And they said, okay, well, stop. He said, I'm going to get out of politics this time. I'm not going to do it. I took the money. Remember, Mark Zuckerberg testified. There's profit in your destruction. It's profit in me and you not liking each other. It's profit in you seeing that I'm different because I'm Republican. There's no difference in me and you. They make money off of it, ladies and gentlemen, and you're losing your freedoms. You make money off of, they make money off of it, and you're losing your freedoms. Double tap hit the like button, man. Let's get this video out here, man. Pete Hegseth and the Department of War drops the facts. And thank you in the chat. I mean, it's kind of irrefutable now. It's kind of irrefutable now. I mean, for a long time, you've been listening to Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and a lot of fear mongering, right? A lot of the political pundits, even Tim Dillon over the weekend, right? Trump is doing bad, Iran is winning, and all this bullshit, right? And here it is. Here I am. I'm actually giving you the numbers. They're making jokes. I'm telling you that we have 10,000 troops. I'm telling you about the they're talking about $1,000 bombs on the bottom of the sea. Well, why ain't the oil tankers give a fuck about the bombs? They keep trying to go around them. No one gives a fuck about the sea floor. But then I'm the only one giving you the information about the UUVs, the unmanned drones that we have clearing the bombs. This is why we're moving around so provocatively out there, right? So they could say that we're losing, but I said, this is one of the things I've said, chat, double tap at the like button. Let's get the podcast out there, man. Let's get the likes up. That's how we're going to fuck with the algorithm. Then we got to get the likes up. Everybody watching right now, it's absolutely free. I truly appreciate it, man. I love all you guys. Get the likes up right now. This how we're going to fuck with the algorithm. What did I say? I said, okay, if we losing, right? If we losing, then tell me, how much have we lost compared to what? I said, let's do a cost analysis, a cost comparison. Right? They said we losing, right? If we're losing, how much have we lost compared to what we've lost, right? So I said, how many ships have we lost? How many airplanes have we lost compared to them? Well, they lost all their ships. They lost all their airplanes. They lost all their army. They lost the top brass, including the Ayatollah Khomeini, the top leadership of the IRGC. That's why they've been running around like a chicken with their heads cut off, because they lost most of their leadership. So I said, so what did America lose? We lost maybe 3 to 13 soldiers, God their soul. Thank you for their sacrifice. So I said, okay, how many airplanes and ships? I said we lost 3. So we hit 9,000 sites, right? They lost thousands of planes, thousands of tanks, thousands of bombs, thousands upon thousands. How long would it take Iran to rebuild everything we've destroyed in several weeks? And guess what my AI assistant told me? It would take 10 to 15 years, but there's a problem. My AI assistant said you can't really say it would take 10 to 15 years because Iran would need the money to rebuild. And as long as Trump has the Straits shut down. Now, remember, under Trump's first administration, he put sanctions on the Iranians so they couldn't make money on the Straits of Hormuz, and they could not fund Hezbollah in Lebanon. Double tap at the like button, and the Iranian proxies, which everybody don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? So, that members only live. So double tap hit the like button, double tap hit the like button. This is what we talking about right now. This is what we talking about right now. This is what we talking about right now. Got me a goal up. Got me a goal up. Got me a goal up. Everybody in the building, do me a big favor. It's absolutely free to hit the like button. I'm coming to you live from the Straits of Hormuz. It looks like Lake Erie, right? It looks beautiful. The way the Navy has command of these waters, you would think this is the coast of Gulf of America, off the coast of Mexico, or maybe Michigan, Lake Erie. No, this is Iran. This is halfway across the world. This is a Navy junior officer telling the Iranian ship to turn off your engine, and I have permission. Now tell me, who is empowering America in these waters, and who has a check on America? As Candace Owens tells you we're losing, as Tucker Carlson tells you we're losing, who can check America? These are great questions, right? That shuts down a lot of this political mumbo jumbo. We are in Iran in the Straits of Hormuz, forcing China, forcing Iran to turn around. Who can do that to us? Who can check us? These are valid questions. Double tap at the like button. Straits of Hormuz. Navy junior officer telling the Tosca, we have permission to shoot and board.
Motor vessel Tosca, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
There it is. This is us boarding the same vessel that night. At night. Think about the proficiency. Look, what am I showing you? Look at the technical proficiency of our armed forces. This is our sons, brothers. This is our sons and daughters, brother. This is our sons and daughters, brothers and sisters. Like, come on, man. This is a Navy junior officer. They did everything perfectly, and then they wait to under the shadow of night. They go in with night vision under the shadow of night and board the ship to give themselves an advantage, man. Come on, man. This is us boarding and taking command of the vessel. We now have this vessel under our command. We now have this vessel under our command. We now have this vessel. I don't know if you've seen those reports. Everybody watching right now, do me a big favor, hit the like button. Hit the like button and subscribe. I don't know if you understand, but we have command of this vessel. Huh? Somebody said it was open before he started all this BS, fighting more for Israel. Aren't you tired of that? Let's make an example out of this person who does not know anything about geopolitics and simply believes everything they hear on television. Please tell me how Israel benefits from the Straits of Hormuz being closed, Sonny. I love taking the advantage like this because this helps show how good I am about my job. Sonny, can you tell me how all of those 170 tankers who are now headed to the Gulf of America, who are now buying natural gas and oil from America in the petrodollar? See, that part is being left out of CNN. Remember BRICS? Remember BRICS? There is no more Brazil. There is no more BRICS. There is no more. South America is under the control of Donald Trump in America. So poo-poo the BRICS. But remember, people would talk about the American petrodollar not having power, not having backing. I argue that now the American petrodollar is backed by black gold. Remember, Trump called it sweet gold. I call it black gold. You can call it crude. But I said something that CNN left out. I said, when all those tankers come here, in America now, in all and Democratic reports and Republican reports, we're the #1 exporter. America is the #1 exporter of energy. What I said to my audience, you know what they're leaving out? How will they pay for their energy? If you are the #1 exporter, if you are the only store open on the block, you can dictate not only the price, but how people will pay you. We know they have saved up dollars, right? The dollar wasn't worth anything. But now with us being the #1 exporter of energy, they will need to pay us in petrodollars, in American dollar. The dollar is king again. The dollar is king again. So please tell me, Sonny, how does Israel benefit from the dollar being king again? If you guys remember, they said Trump was boyfriends with Putin in the first term. That was propaganda. It turned out to be Russian hoax. Now, in this term, they want to link Trump to Epstein and Bibi Netanyahu. Again, another hoax in an attempt by the Democrats who don't have policy. I'm asking a question. You know, the Sonny hasn't said anything, everybody. You know, the Sonny hasn't said anything. He said that Israel is the one calling the shots. He hasn't said anything. I'm asking him how Israel benefits from America having a strong dollar, having a stronger economy, having everyone in the world buy gas and oil from us and forcing to buy it in dollars. This is what's being left out of the debate. The dollar and risk. It was, but now everyone is forced to buy oil and gas from America in dollars. In dollars. In dollars. Do you guys understand that? Do you guys understand the power position America's in the power position we weren't in under Biden? That's why I bring up BRICS. That's why I bring up Brazil. That's why I bring up what we did in Venezuela, and now we have command over South America, including Brazil. What did you hear from all South American countries? After we went to Brazil with the DARPA weapons, double tap at the like button, after we went to Brazil with DARPA-style new technology weapons, all of South America said what? All of South America said what? We are not ready for America. All of South America said what? We are not ready. We are not prepared for the American armed forces. They went into a military base, and in 3 minutes, the military base had over 300 soldiers. They used sonic weapons. They used laser weapons. The military there had never seen anything like that except for on a movie screen. The military there had never seen anything like that except for on a movie screen. They got Maduro and his wife out of there in minutes. Maduro got off the plane looking beautiful, handcuffed in the front, by the way. Maduro's wife got off the plane looking like a model. How did Maduro and the wife come off the plane? That was the most beautiful perp walk I ever seen after being evacuated from Venezuela in a military operation. Maybe because the military prowess that we're looking at right now on the video behind you. So we're no longer talking about Brazil and BRICS, are we? We're no longer talking about Brazil and BRICS, are we? Double tap at the like button. We're no longer worried about Brazil and BRICS. South America has seen what we have done in Venezuela, and the message and the tenor and the tone has changed. No one wants to with Trump. Let me give an example. I'll back up my argument. When we stopped the oil flowing from Venezuela, we stopped oil going not only to China and Russia illegally in sanctioned oil tankers, but we stopped oil going to Cuba. Cuba will no longer be communist, just like Iran will no longer be extreme Muslim, right? Cuba has been without oil and power for 3 months since January, ever since we seized Venezuela. I'm going to give you an example how Trump, big balls, has dictated global geopolitics. So Trump told other communist favorable countries like Russia and China and Mexico, if you help Cuba, I will levy heavy tariffs on you. And guess what? Everybody respected Trump and respected Trump's threat of a tariff. And no one has helped Cuba. Because no one has helped Cuba, Cuba is withering on the vine, and they will be forced to do a regime change. No bullets will be fired in Cuba. Anybody remember the Bay of Pigs? Some people argue JFK lost his life because of the mafia's investment in Cuba. Yesterday, we talked about the World War II. Yesterday, we talked about the link between the Jewish mafia, Jeffrey Epstein, Lucky Luciano, and how America used the Italian mafia to protect the ports in World War II, how the OSS became the CIA, how the MI6 and the CIA installed the Dirty Shah in 1953. But you also got to remember the Italian mafia helped us in Italy, the Italian mafia after World War II, right? So when we talk about South America and we talk about these things, this is what it's all about, man. This is what it's all about, man. Y'all don't understand what's really going on in the world. Yesterday, we even got into the opium. Yesterday, we even got into, this is why you subscribe. We got into the opium. It's not just about the cocaine and what Maduro and cartels do with the cocaine. This is the part that America, because America loves cocaine and America is addicted to cocaine. They don't understand that the cocaine was a means to an end for people in South America. And this is what was going on in Venezuela. Why did Maria Mercado get the Nobel Peace Prize? Well, she said, we're in Iran right now, right? This is why I knew we were going to Iran. This is why I can say Trump and Pete knew what they were doing. We crippled Iran when we went to Venezuela. We crippled Cuba when we went to Venezuela. Maria Mercado told you when she won the Nobel Peace Prize that she gave to Trump that Venezuela had already been invaded. By who? Venezuela had already been invaded by Hezbollah, by Iranian proxies on our hemisphere, thanks to BRICS, thanks to Biden, thanks to Biden's feckless, non-protecting America, opening the border. You got to think about Biden leaving Afghanistan and opening the border. Biden left America wide open. Biden opened the border at a time when people weren't happy with America. So you leave Afghanistan. We were at war in Afghanistan and Iraq for 20 years. We did a lot of bad shit in Afghanistan. We created the Taliban. We created the Taliban. We trained bin Laden. Does anybody remember we created the Taliban and we trained bin Laden? Does anybody remember why? Well, like I educated everybody yesterday, we trained bin Laden. Number one, it was over opium, cocaine, fentanyl, cocaine, fentanyl. So we trained bin Laden and created the Taliban to fight who? Because yesterday there was an intelligent person in my chat who brought up the dirty Shah and the CIA and the MI6 installing the dirty Shah in Iran. And I said, well, it's deeper than that. And I explained to them about, correct, the dirty Shah was in 53 and Ayatollah Khomeini was elected in 79. But what also happened in 79 is in December of 79, Russia invaded, drum roll please, Russia invaded Afghanistan. So we trained, there you go, somebody said the USSR, double tap. I got the best chat on YouTube. Get the likes up. That's what we got to do. We got to get the likes up. So Russia invaded Afghanistan and stayed in Afghanistan for 20 years. This is how we get to 9/11. Hello, this is how we get to 9/11. This is how we get to Iraq. This is how we get to this is Daddy Bush, son Bush. If you got, this is the thing about America. You heard about these wars. You don't know the backdrop. Charlie Wilson's war. You don't understand how we got to 9/11. You don't understand how we got terrorists. You don't understand how we got Taliban, that we created the thing, just like the Azov battalion in Ukraine, but put a pin in the Ukraine because we did the same thing in the Ukraine. We did the same thing in the Ukraine. We created the Taliban. We created the Taliban. We trained Osama bin Laden to fight the Russians in Afghanistan because in 1979, when Ayatollah Khomeini came to power in Iran, Russia invaded Afghanistan. And that's how you get to 9/11. That's how you get us in the region. And then, are you guys paying attention? Huh? China is winners. Let me hide this comment because Sonny never said anything ever again. Sonny, I apologize. I love you. Make sure you subscribe. Come back, brother. You're welcome here. But I will highlight ignorance in the chat. Somebody now is saying China is the winner. Please explain to me how China is the winner. Has everybody noticed how patient China has been? Has everybody noticed how patient China has been? You know, Trump had a meeting with China. Trump put him on hold. And China said, okay, we'll wait. China is isolationist. China doesn't want conflict. China needs the energy. China has demographic issues just like Russia. They don't have enough young 18-year-olds to keep the Chinese people going because of the one-child policy. Who knows about the term the fat emperor? Vice News. I love Vice News. I don't see much about Vice News anymore. But Vice News did an expose on China and the demographic issues in China. And they said it's more 12-year-olds. There's more 7 to 12-year-olds than anything else. There's either 7 to 12-year-olds or 80-year-olds. And because the 80-year-olds are so old, they're wealthy, they give the 7 to 12-year-olds whatever they want. So their nicknames are fat emperors. But the issue is the population is too old. They don't have enough 18-year-old men in China to keep the population going. China has big issues, you guys. Russia had a similar demographic issue before the Ukraine. After Russia has lost so many soldiers in the Ukraine, it's even worse. And it's also overinflated. You are correct. They lie about the population. You are correct. Russia has similar demographic issues with 18-year-olds in their birth rate and their ability to push forward the Russian people. And now even more so after the Ukraine war. Iran has an opium problem that we never talk about. Iran has an opium problem that we never talk about. So again, how is China winning? Can anybody answer that? He said China. First, we had someone come in with the standard line. You guys got to understand that you're just coming in with a narrative. You're not coming in with research. You haven't read, you haven't done any research. We had one person say Israel is winning. I debunked that. Now, another person said China is going to be the winner. I just debunked that. And it's like, you guys don't even try. Just try, brothers and sisters. This, you can't explain how China is benefiting from the whole globe buying oil and gas from America in dollars. China's not winning. China has a lot more problems than the oil and the natural gas. China is getting, so he just did a little research. China is not getting shit. China's not getting shit. China is waiting to speak to Trump. And Trump is going to meet with Xi Jinping, and we're going to have a great business relationship with China because it benefits China. We're going to have a great business relationship with Russia. And this is why Stammer and Macron don't like America, because we're going to have a great business relationship with China. America will benefit after this Iran conflict. America will benefit from our relationship with China because China will be forced to purchase from us in dollars. Russia will be brought back into the G8. This is what's being negotiated in Abu Dhabi in the peace agreement. This is why Stammer and Macron is now arming the Ukraine, even though the Ukraine has lost. On February 28th, when we invaded Iran, Stammer and Macron gave the Ukraine missiles, and the Ukraine bombed the Russia oil facility. Big Daddy Beer Game, what's up with you? How you doing? How you feeling? So Stammer and Macron is not happy with the peace agreement in Russia. Stammer and Macron is not happy with the peace agreement in Israel. This is why we have tension in NATO. We have tension in NATO because we captured Venezuela, and Venezuela has the largest gold and oil deposits in the globe. NATO thinks we're being isolationists because we're not sharing in the booty, right? NATO has a problem with us because we funded the Ukraine like a proxy, and now we are in the driver's seat when it comes to the peace agreement. What does that mean? Remember, all of the fake never Trumpers didn't like the fact that America was in Ukraine. But now when Trump came into office, he took control of the Russia-Ukraine issue. He took it from NATO. He took it really from Putin, and he said, we're going to have a peace agreement. And Russia will get the Donbass region. Russia will get no more Nazis in the Ukraine, no nuclear weapons in the Ukraine, just like we will get no more nuclear weapons in Iran. Putin will get what he always wanted. The Ukraine will not be part of NATO, and the Ukraine will not have nuclear weapons. See, Stammer has said consistently, Putin cannot benefit from the Ukraine efforts. 5.0, 5.0, 5.0, 5.0. Stammer and Macron has said in Davos, in Munich, that Russia cannot benefit. Russia and Putin cannot benefit. What you should hear, see, what I learned from my mother when we were young, growing up in the 70s, don't listen to what people say. Listen to what they don't say. Stammer and Macron has said Russia cannot benefit from the peace agreement in the Ukraine. But what did they not say? What they also not saying is that they don't want America to benefit. The whole reason they got Biden, see, this is the thing, you guys bring up Israel, right? Israel tricked us into a war with Iran, but what you leave out is that NATO and Europe tricked us into a war in the Ukraine. I said NATO, Stammer and Macron in Europe, when sleepy Joe Biden was in power, tricked us into a war in the Ukraine. But no one is trying to demonize the European, because there's this romance with the monarchy. There's this romance with the monarchy. So you guys were complicit with funding the Ukraine to $300 billion under Joe Biden. And no one ever asked, why are we in the Ukraine? Everybody has questions today because you don't like Trump, right? But you like sleepy Joe Biden. But the same question applied in the Ukraine. What the fuck were we doing in the Ukraine? How the fuck does the Ukraine benefit America? But no one asked, because we have this romance with the monarchy. And America loves cocaine and white pussy. So we love white Europeans. Double tap at the like button. Y'all don't like when I tell the truth. So, oh yeah, they sold a lot of white pussy in the Ukraine. They sold a lot of white pussy in the Ukraine. Remember Joe Biden and his son in the Ukraine? So we didn't ask any questions. when $300 billion went to the Ukraine? That's not our fight. That's what we saying now with Iran. Why are we in the Ukraine? That's what we saying right now in Iran. How does this, remember the Democratic senator, that black woman with that strong face and that long weave? How does this benefit Americans? The same bullshit was true in the Ukraine. To convince you to spend billions of dollars in the Ukraine and send your sons and daughters to the Ukraine, Joe Biden and the Democrats lied to you. What I have been teaching you about. I taught you about, my wife doesn't even know about East and West Germany, East and West Berlin, and the Berlin Wall. But Biden and the Democrats were able to successfully sell you on a Russian boogeyman and communism. Biden, the Berlin Wall been down. What's up with your coconut? Biden, the Berlin Wall been down. My wife didn't know that there was a separate East Germany. My wife doesn't know about, she's 30, she's in her 30s. I have a young wife. I'm a very handsome, very well-spoken, affluent man. Young women love me. Double tap, hit the like button. I have a young wife. And when I was doing my research about Iran, I asked her, do you know about the Berlin Wall? Do you know about Gorbachev and when Reagan said tear down the wall? So we went to Ukraine, spent $300 billion, and my wife don't even fucking know about the Berlin Wall. How the fuck did Joe Biden do that? How did the Democrats sell American on a communist boogeyman 20, 30 fucking years after the Berlin Wall comes down? There is nothing to fear in Russia. Think about this shit, you guys. Think about that. People hate Trump so bad. Macron and Stammer is saying they don't want to side with America, but Macron and Stammer were sitting next to Zelensky, and they keep saying Putin is evil. Communism is evil, like it's the 19th century, like there's an East and West Berlin. Stammer wants you to believe that you have something to fear from Russia and Putin. This is how the sheeple, this is why some of the MAGA Republicans, it's very hard to debate some of you guys. It's extremely difficult to debate some of you guys because these are complex issues and you don't know enough about the issue and you don't know how damaging it is and you don't know the right side. You don't know Stammer is not on your side. You don't know Macron is not on your side. You don't know NATO is not on your side. You don't know Venezuela. You don't know that IRGC is not on your side. They don't speak for religious freedom. They don't speak for women being able to read and write and go to school. The IRGC is not on your side. The IRGC is not on your fucking side. I don't care what CNN tells you. I don't care what the liberal media tells you. They're not on your side. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. And America is winning the war. And America is winning the war. And America is winning the war. And that's what this video proves. America is winning the war, and that's what this video proves. And I'm damn happy about it. I'm damn happy about it. America is not only winning the war, but America is in control. America is not only winning the war, America is in control. Double tap, hit the like button. Keir Starmer should be removed from the House of Commons. Now we got Keir Starmer in trouble. Now we got Keir Starmer in trouble in the parliament. Is got, so I mean, people don't really understand what's going on. That's why I love my job. That's why I love presenting this information. You know what I'm saying? So let's take a pivot. Let's take a pivot. So I wanted to start off with that, and now I want to pivot to some domestic things. We've been having a lot of domestic issues, man. We've been having some severe domestic issues going on, and we got to talk about it, man. Yesterday, I reported on the story, man. It's a very sad story. Yesterday, I reported on a story of the most deadliest shooting in America in the last 2 years. It involved a man. I was the one who broke his name first, Shamar Elkins. I gave out his name first. 8 kids were unalived in the mass shooting. Now we learn that 7 of the children were actually related to the men. They were his children. 2 of them were stepchildren. I have some more details, including a picture of the assailant who did the unaliving of the children. And I want to bring you those reports now. Double tap, hit the like button. We're still going to continue to talk about Trump and Iran, but we're moving to a domestic violence scene here. I want to talk about this, and I also want to give an update on the Fairfax situation with Lieutenant Governor in Virginia unalived himself and then unalived his wife, and his teenage children were forced to call the police. What's going on in Virginia? I don't know, man. Virginia is staying in the news. Today, Virginians have an opportunity to vote. You know, this is a Republican conservative channel, but it's America first. You know, I love the hashtag. Can I get America first in the chat? I truly love the hashtag America first. In Virginia, they're trying to redistrict one of the states that's one of the most fairest states in the union. I reported to you last week that the governor signed a petition that basically gave away your electoral college vote. You guys remember that? When she signed that bill, it was HB 93 something, where it said that all of the electoral college votes in Virginia would go to whoever the majority winner is for president. And I asked my chat, I said, chat, that doesn't sound very constitutional that the legislative Democratic branch would be able to, number one, Americans don't like the electoral college. I spoke to you about Epstein and who are delegates. I said people like Epstein are delegates. So in Virginia, Spamberger has said that all of the electoral college votes will go to whomever the majority leader is. And today, Virginians have an ability to vote to redistrict seats similar to Jasmine Crockett, to go from 5 Republicans and 6 Democrats. They already have the majority now, but they want to go to 10 Democrat seats and 1 Republican seat. So those are the stories headed up for today. It's a lot to talk about, man. There's a lot to talk about. There's a player hater in the chat. Lisa Thomas, there's a player hater in the chat. Let's address the player hater. Lisa Thomas has said, what are you rambling on? Trump, not America. That's not even good English. Thank you. I just love people. Sometimes you just give me the opportunity to laugh. Thank you for your ignorance. I truly appreciate your ignorance. See, you call me rambling, and then you make that faux pas. Trump, not America, which is now activated the draft. What the hell are you saying? You need to rewrite this shit, because just reading it just is you need to rewrite this shit, because reading it is embarrassing. Lisa, I was gonna roast you, but just reading your comment is enough. I was gonna roast you, but let me read the whole comment, because that's enough roast. Trump, not America, period, which is not now activated the draft. Trump, not America, attacked the country with absolutely no chatter to us. So the president needs to chatter to you. Is that how it works in your house? When the boss is making an executive decision, a billionaire, a president, the leader of the free world, he needs to chatter to Lisa Thomas, everybody. Lisa Thomas did get a text. Like the bitch would actually read the text message. Like the bitch responds to text messages. You know, a messy bitch like this is the type of bitch that don't answer her phone and the type of bitch that don't respond. Look at her broken ass English. Bitch, like you would respond to the text, bitch, like you would answer the phone call. It's absolutely to the texter. That's what she just said, y'all. No chatter to us. Trump, not America, took side of a saddest. You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up, man. She probably grew up and she went to the Lyric Center. Leering Center. This is a product of the Minnesota Leering Center. Do y'all know some kids actually went to the Leering Center? That's the fucked up part about the news, man. Hey, you know, we can talk shit about the fucked up part is some children actually went to the Leering Center. And this is one of them. Lisa went to the Leering Center. You got what you pay for. You got what you pay for. You got what you pay for. Lisa is a product and a graduate of the Leering Center. Y'all just please don't forget that people actually went to the Leering Center. People actually, there are graduates. There are graduates. Let's get to the video. Let's get to the video. This dude went to the, don't try to take my, come on. Oh, man, that's corny. Remember you went to school with people like this. Remember you went to school with people like this. Don't try to take my roast, man, and use it. That's just lazy. I talk about you guys like, this is a lazy intellectual. There's a lot of lazy intellectuals, man. Somebody said, Lisa, you are right. Okay, slave kid, why is Lisa right? Explain why Lisa is right. Come on, man. Lisa on her phone losing her mind. Really? Oh, oh, oh. Oh, she called Donald Trump the P word. And you know I got that word blocked. Lisa, you gonna get blocked. Don't put that word in my chat. But you can't even spell, so you try to spell it. I wouldn't vote for a 34-time convicted felon. God, you guys, man. It's like everything that the liberal media says, man. Like, you got to do better, you guys. Got to do better, man. Just like, what were the felonies, Lisa? Like Trump, like, do you understand the actual case? Now, Lisa brings up 34 felonies. You know why this is a beautiful, ignorant thing that she said? Long-time relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The Democrats' long-time relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Got my new sweater on. We in the Perfect Summer Podcast studio. I hope y'all like the studio, man. The roll, microphone, everything, man. We live right now. Got the new Mohawk, man. We live right now in dual mode, so you can watch me on your phone or you can watch me on your television right now. This first time you can watch me on your phone or you can watch me on your television in the horizontal. I would like people to go do both. Double tap at the like button and subscribe. So Stacey Plassick had a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein in the late 2018s to where he was on the phone with a Democratic congresswoman of the Virgin Islands, where Jeffrey Epstein owned 2 islands, and he was giving her direction. So when you bring up that word you brought up, we highlighting your comment, Lisa. We're highlighting your comment because your ignorance allows us to bring up the failure of Democrats and the poor nature of the Democrats and how ignorant people like you with TDS choose to see past the truth. When you talk about a 34-time convicted felon, do you know what the conviction was? Who was charged? Well, it was Michael Cohen. It was Trump's lawyer. Now, who was Stacey Plassick on the phone with and asking, my turn is coming up now, give me some questions? And Jeffrey Epstein told Stacey Plassick, drive home the Stormy Daniels story, the narrative that he created to bring down Trump. It wasn't real. It was political lawfare created by Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein is working his political mob ties via Stacey Plassick. She's literally on the cell phone with an actual P word. Jeffrey Epstein is an actual convicted PDF. Donald Trump called the police on him. He is convicted of soliciting a minor. Obama let him out of jail earlier. So let's get your facts straight, Lisa. Jeffrey Epstein is the real bad guy. Jeffrey Epstein is really convicted, but yet and still, after 2008, Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries, can we just be honest? Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Stacey Plassick still found a way to have favorable relationships with Jeffrey Epstein. And so Jeffrey Epstein is on the phone with Stacey Plassick and telling her what to say to Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen is the person that SDNY, Letitia James, said that Donald Trump paid a check to his lawyer. Well, it's not a crime to give a check to your lawyer. Donald Trump would have been charged with a misdemeanor for giving Michael Cohen, his lawyer, a check. But Jeffrey Epstein created a narrative. And Jeffrey Epstein said the way we will get Trump is we will say that Donald Trump didn't just give his lawyer a check. Donald Trump gave his lawyer a check in order to pay off Stormy Daniels, in order to steal the presidential election. So when something that was always a misdemeanor, it was never charged as a felony, but Letitia James and the SDNY went to a liberal judge, and this is a precedent. This is why I got kicked out of court. Do you know this eviction got overturned? You know Donald Trump's conviction got overturned. You probably don't know that. But Letitia James and the SDNY went to a liberal judge and asked the liberal judge to listen to their arguments. And their argument was, Judge, this is not a misdemeanor. Please allow me, if you listen to my argument, if you believe that Donald Trump paid Michael Cohen in an effort to steal the election, then we can charge him with a felony. And it was just one felony. Just like with Diddy, it was just one charge, but it was 34 counts. It's just one felony. A lot of people don't understand what happened. It was one misdemeanor, and Letitia James and the dirty SDNY, who lost the case against Sean Diddy Combs, came up with this fantastical argument, and they would have lost. But the liberal judge gave jury instructions that made it so the jury had no choice but to find Trump guilty, even though there was no evidence of a felony. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa, for giving me the opportunity to not only educate you, but to educate our audience. Letitia James needs to be prosecuted. Letitia James needs to be Shifty Schiff, Adam How's everybody? Let's keep going, man. Subscribe, like, follow. Subscribe, like, and follow. Subscribe, hit the like button. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Don't let the player haters stop us. So let's go back to our video. Let's go back to our video. Let's go back to our video. We had an opportunity to educate everybody on Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with Stacey Plaskett in the late 2018s, because somebody wanted to bring up sexual stuff and bring up Trump and 36 felonies. And, you know, I just had to give some education on this real shit of who really is the bad guy, who really is the boogeyman, who really is the bad guy. So let's go to that video. Let's go back to the video that we were talking about. This is it. This is it. This is it. So this to tee up the video. It's a tragic domestic event. This is the most deadliest mass shooting in America in the last 2 years. The most deadliest mass shooting in America in the last 2 years. We have a young man, 31-year-old Army National Guard veteran, unalive 7 of his own children. Father unalive 7 of his own children. Let's go to the video and let's discuss it right now.
From 3 to 11 years old were killed in a violent domestic incident. 7 of them were the say 8 children ranging in age from 3 to 11 years old were killed in a violent domestic incident. 7 of them were the gunman's own children, and the 8th was their cousin. Officers killed Shamar Elkins after he stole a car at gunpoint and led them on a chase. 2 women and a teenager were also shot, but they are expected to survive. Here's what the chair of Shreveport's City Council had to say yesterday on the scene.
There are 8 children that are deceased. I can't be strong for you. I think about the mother and what this family has lost. I think about this community and what this community has lost. And I don't have the words to give you, and I'm sorry.
Very tough to hear that. We're joined now by CBS News law enforcement contributor Rodney Harrison. Rodney, good morning to you. This is absolutely heartbreaking. It makes no sense, but help our viewers try to make sense of what investigators can even do next. How do they process such a horrific event? How do they protect the investigators and detectives from not being traumatized from something that's obviously extremely traumatic?
Yeah, so good morning. And yes, horrible and a tragic incident that occurred out in Louisiana. But there are some layers of steps that need to be done next. And the first thing is taking a closer look at how Mr. Elkins got a gun. And they're going to be working with their federal partners, ATF, to try to trace how the gun got into his hands. We all know that Louisiana has less restrictive gun laws, but you need to take a closer look at, did he have a permit and how he came into possession of this firearm? Second was, is there any domestic violence history that happened here in the past that the Shreveport Police Department could have maybe identified a little bit sooner that could have possibly caused this incident from happening? You know, they have 450 sworn members within the police department. They do have a domestic violence unit. Were there any domestic violence visits during the last couple of years? And mental illness is going to be a big part of this investigation. Was he suffering from long-term mental illness, or was the unfortunate incidents that were going along with him and his wife cause him to snap and commit this horrible, tragic incident?
And it also highlights a disturbing fact in America where guns in the household are more likely to be used on family members than on an intruder or a stranger. What kind of wake-up call should this be? And I'm wondering if mass shootings against family members is common at all, especially when it comes to people's own children.
Yeah, so you take a look at a couple states, New York, California, they have these red flag laws that allow law enforcement agencies to retrieve firearms from individuals that are gun owners that may be going through a certain situation or may be involved in some type of incident that allows the law enforcement agency to retrieve those guns before an incident like this occurs going in the future. So there are things that could be done. It's going to take some federal oversight to take a closer look at what can we do to make sure that these firearms are not getting in the wrong people's hands, especially maybe through mental crisis.
Yeah. Rodney, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us on this horrific story today.
Riverside helps with the entire process of making a podcast.
This is kind of messed up, man. So they wondering now, is it a mental health thing? This is what I said yesterday. I want to go back to the video. This is what I said yesterday. If you look at the photograph of the young man, what I said is he was in the military, right? I said to my wife last night, why didn't the military identify the fact that this young man had a mental health problem, right? Number one, you got to go through this in the military. So he's 31 years old. When I look at the picture, I see someone that's obvious to me. Look, there he is right there. He has some mental health issues. And let's not make any jokes. Right now. I'm coming to you live. Let's not make any jokes. because this is not a joking issue. But when I take a look at this photograph, to me it looked like he has some mental health issues. And I gotta say, I want to look at the military. I would love to see what the military had on this guy. That he was a veteran. I mean, look at what he did. He went to multiple locations. He went to first location. I got the details here. Let me give y'all the timeline. I don't know how many of you guys have actually heard the timeline of events, because it started off with the shooting of two women, right? It started off with the shooting yesterday at 5 o'clock in the morning. It started off with, first was a shooting of two women, and then he went to the 300 block 79th Street, where the majority of the shootings took place, and that's where 7 children were shot. And then some people tried to get away by getting on the roof, and one child injured themselves by jumping off the roof trying to get away. I'm looking for my timeline. Right now. This is a tragic situation. So he's 31 years old. He's an Army veteran, 31 years old, Army veteran, and he went on a shooting spree of multiple locations. Now, he actually, after he did all of the shooting, he still was not captured. That's why I say this goes a lot to his military training, because he then carjacked a car. And then he went on the shooting, right? And then they finally unalived him in Boozer County after a carjacking, right? Let me see if I can. I'm trying to it's too far back. I might just have to give me my timeline of shootings in Shreveport. 8 dead. Let me see. I got to get the timeline for you guys, because there was multiple shootings in multiple locations. So October 19th, Cedar Grove area, Shreveport, Louisiana. Authorities confirmed 8 children ranging in age from 1 to 14 were unalived. This began as a domestic dispute. The suspect, identified as 31-year-old Shamar Elkins, that's what we're looking at on the screen right now, also shot and critically injured 2 women, both believed to be mothers of the deceased children. Shreveport Police Chief Wayne Smith provided the following detailed timeline. This is where this is coming from, you guys. This is coming from Shreveport Police Chief Wayne Smith, just in case anybody wants to know and check my sources. 5:55 a.m., the first 911 call. Officers receive a report of a disturbance in the 300 block West 79th Street. The caller said she was on top of a house and that a man had been shot. 5:59. Mass shooting reported. The caller informed dispatch that the suspect, a relative, has shot everyone inside the home where 9 people live. 6 a.m. the escape. The caller and her children fled from the roof into the backyard. 6 a.m. the second shooting scene. A second car reported shooting in the 500 block of Harrison Street. A woman stated her boyfriend had shot her and kidnapped her 3 children. I don't want to read all their names, but the parish has released the names, and the 7 of the children, 2 women remain in hospital with serious injuries as of April 20th. Further updates on the investigation could be found through local outlets. Let me see. Let me see if I can get more on that. So the first shooting was the 500 block of Harrison Street. The shooting reportedly began here around 5 a.m. where the suspect Shamar shot his wife, the mother of 7 children. So let me get you to, this is the timeline of what we're talking about. Yesterday, 5 o'clock in the morning, the man we're looking at on the screen, who I believe I had visibly mentally issues. He was in the Army and he's a veteran. He's a veteran. That means he may have seen things that cause PTSD. I would want to know if he's ever been to the VA, because I spoke about this yesterday, that we have when we talk about the Democrats shutting down the government because they want people to be able to see judges. And I talked about the logistical nightmare that we face in America with our bureaucracy and people not being able to see judges, the backlog in Fulton County with the rape kits, the backlog in New York with what's his name, the Browder kid who sat on Staten Island for 2 years and then killed himself. So we have a backlog of events that we can't get to, but they want us to process illegal aliens through the same court. So the same thing is true with veterans. Veterans come home from war, and I worked in a program called Veterans Choice. Because there's such a backlog with getting veterans an appointment at the VA, we opened up a program that get veterans appointments at regular hospitals, because we got a lot of veterans like this person with mental health issues that could be a danger to society. So I would want to know if and when Shamar ever got to go to the VA, if he was diagnosed while in the military, if he had documented mental health issues. From what I look at right here, he looked like a prime candidate that he had mental health issues, straight up, bro. And this is not even joking. This ain't me making a joke. I believe he had mental health issues. So let's break it down. At 500 block of Harrison Street, Shreveport, Louisiana, the shooting reportedly began here around 5 a.m., where the suspect, Shamar Elkins, the one on the screen right now, shot his wife, the mother of 7 of his children, at the 300 block. Now, that's the first scene. I talk kind of fast, so you guys stick with me. The first scene is the 500 block where he shot the baby mama. Then he leaves the 500 block. Anybody who are familiar with Shreveport can put the details logistically in the chat, the proximity, right? He leaves the 500 block of Harrison, and then he goes and travels to 300 block of West 79th Street, Shreveport, shortly before 6 a.m. So an hour later, the police, listen to this, he's able to unalive 2 women. And then an hour goes by, he's able to travel to another location. Police are not locating him. Police don't stop him. Right? That's a damn shame. Police are not locating him. Police don't stop him. Keep in mind, I'm giving you the timeline. He does the first shooting at 5 a.m. where he shoots 2 women. An hour goes by, he's not arrested, before he gets to the second location where 7 children, his own children, the children of the mother, and he's the father, he gets to the second location where the 7 children live and they are unalived. But what I am bringing out to you in these details is the fact that where are the police? Where are the police? He does a shooting at 5 a.m. of 2 people. That's a lot of bullets. That's a lot of violence. He shoots 2 women. You think something would happen after you shoot 2 women in the American city? He shoots 2 women at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then he's able to travel for an entire hour. Let's keep going with the timeline. He doesn't get to where the children are sleeping until 6 a.m. At 300 block of West 79th Street, Shreveport, shortly after 6 a.m., police were called to the address where the suspect shot 8 children and another woman. Did y'all hear me? 5 a.m., he shoots the mother, his wife. An hour later, he shoots 8 children and another woman. This was the primary scene where the deceased children were discovered. Third scene. Now listen, I'm at a third scene now. And you have to start asking yourself, where are the authorities? What's going on in this parish? 500 block, 300 block. Now I'm at the third scene. Ladies and gentlemen, are you with me? 500 block, a woman is shot. His wife and mother of the children. 300 block, 8 children are shot and another woman. Now, 400 block. Are you guys with me? 400 block of Brompton Lane. And somebody said the other day, the way you pronounce this is Bowjour. Help me out, Chad. Am I saying that correctly? Bowjour. Yesterday, I was saying Bowser City. And then somebody helped me out with the pronunciation. They said it's Bowjour because, you know, it's French down there in Creole. Help me out in the chat. Am I saying that correctly? 400 block of Brompton Lane, Bowjour City, after a police chase. Now, after the 300 block, now listen to this, you guys. He shoots a woman at 5 a.m. An hour later, he shoots 8 children and another woman. But listen, after that, he carjacks a car. before we even get to the 400 block. There's truly 4 scenes. They say 3 scenes, but there's 3 addresses, but 4 different scenes of crime. Because after the 8 children are shot, he carjacks a car. The 400 block of Bowser City happens after he carjacks a car and police chase him. Police don't get involved with this until after the carjacking. Are you guys? The police are not involved until after the carjacking. So he carjacks a car, and then we get to the 400 block, Brompton Lane, Bowser City. After a police chase that crossed the Red River, the suspect was confronted by officers. Where is it at? The suspect was confronted by officers, pronounced dead at the location at 7 a.m. So he was able to go on a killing spree for multiple hours. He was able to go on a killing spree for multiple hours. That's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. He was able to go on a killing spree for multiple hours. He was able to go on a killing spree for multiple hours. You got to ask yourself, man, where were the authorities during this whole melee? Victims, 8 children aged from 3 to 11, were unalive, identified as 7 siblings and 1 cousin. 2 women and a 13-year-old boy who jumped from the roof to escape were also injured. Suspect Shamar Elkins, 31, died at the scene of Bowser City following exchange gunfire with law enforcement. Motive: authorities described the incident as domestic in nature. Family members noted Elkins and his wife were in the process of separating and were scheduled for a court appearance today. Now, when we're going to talk about the Fairfax incident where Lieutenant Governor unalived his wife and then unalived himself while the teenage children were at home. Thank God those children lived. They had to call the 911, but they were due in court the next day also. They were due in court the next day also, going through a divorce and due in court the next day also. But I don't know how domestic in nature this actually is, right? I don't know how domestic in nature this actually is. I think it has more to do with his military background. What y'all think? I think it has more to do with his military background. Let's take a look at the video again. Let's get some more details. This is Shamar Elkins, the father who unalived his 7 children and attempted to unalive the mother and cousins. And this is in Shreveport, Louisiana. Domestic violence, system collapse, America.
Shooting in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say 8 children ranging in age from 3 to 11 years old were killed in a violent domestic incident. 7 of them were the gunman's own children, and the 8th was their cousin. Officers killed Shamar Elkins after he stole a car at gunpoint and led them on a chase. 2 women and a teenager were also shot, but they are expected to survive. Here's what the chair of Shreveport's City Council had to say yesterday on the scene.
There are 8 children that are deceased. I can't be strong for you. I think about the mother and what this family has lost. I think about this community and what this community has lost. And I don't have the words to give you, and I'm sorry.
Very tough to hear that. We're joined now by CBS News law enforcement contributor Rodney Harrison. Rodney, good morning to you. This is absolutely heartbreaking. It makes no sense, but help our viewers try to make sense of what investigators can even do next. How do they process such a horrific event? How do they protect the investigators and detectives from not being traumatized from something that's obviously extremely traumatic?
Yeah, so good morning. And yes, horrible and a tragic incident that occurred in Louisiana. But there are some layers of steps that need to be done next. And the first thing is taking a closer look at how Mr. Elkins got a gun. And they're going to be working with their federal partners, ATF, to try to trace how the gun got into his hands. We all know that Louisiana has less restrictive gun laws, but you need to take a closer look at, did he have a permit and how he came into possession of this firearm? Second was, is there any domestic violence history that happened here in the past that the Shreveport Police Department could have maybe identified a little bit sooner that could have possibly caused this incident from happening? You know, they have 450 sworn members within the police department. They do have a domestic violence unit. Were there any domestic violence visits during the last couple of years? And mental illness is going to be a big part of this investigation. Was he suffering from long-term mental illness, or was the unfortunate incidents that were going along with him and his wife cause him to snap and commit this horrible, tragic incident?
And it also highlights a disturbing fact in America where guns in the household are more likely to be used on family members than on an intruder or.
I don't know if that, I think that's some liberal shit. You know, the liberals always try to fit in their agenda. They always want to get more laws and make the government bigger, man. Do y'all know the more laws they create, the more money, the more bureaucracy, man, smaller government. This is what being conservative and MAGA is all about. Let me give you some details, man. As they were talking, I did some research for us. The investigators, double tap hit the like button, you guys. Hey, big favor to everybody watching right now. Thank you so much to everybody watching right now. I love you guys so much. Appreciate it. It's free to hit the like button. And those of you who are so inclined, subscribe. Hit the super chat. I got it up right now. I got to go hit the member. I got people gave out. Bridge gave out a gift of 5 memberships yesterday. Join the channel. We're having a Somalian special right now. You can join my channel for cheaper than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. You know what I'm saying? We are the world. We are the children. We let Somalis in. They stole 19 billion. Nick Shirley, come to the center. You can join my channel, man, or you can support the stolen Somalians' alleged $19 billion, man. Double tap hit the like button. So while they were talking, I investigated whether or not he did have a history of mental health. So investigators and family members have confirmed Shamar Elkins, the guy on the screen, and I'm not surprised, was a veteran with a history of mental health struggles, including reported post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. I do my homework, man. This is the #1 podcast, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, this is the #1 podcast. If you want facts, if you want updates, you got to subscribe to this channel, man. Go ahead and hit the like button, man. It's free. Double tap hit the like button. So I said, by looking at this photograph, I want to know whether or not he's a veteran. It looks like to me he has some mental health issues. And if that's true, I say that the military would have and should have known about it. And I want to know if he got an appointment at the VA. Or did he get held up from the bureaucracy because we have a backlog? This is why MAGA is saying that these people who came across the border under Joe Biden, that's why Trump said, do you want to put American citizens first or put immigrants first? Because either we can handle the American citizens because we barely have enough logistics to do that, or we put the immigrants before American citizens, and then we have violence in the streets. We have veterans with PTSD who don't see judges, who don't see doctors, because the Democrats with their ideology put immigrants before citizens. And Trump asked them at the State of the Union, do you stand up and work for American citizens or do you work for immigrants? So when they say they want immigrants to go to the same courts, they want immigrants to go to the emergency room, i.e. the same doctor is you got to understand the wait times in the ER. You got to understand the wait times for the hospitals to get an appointment, which is why telemedicine, which is what I do, was invented, because to get through backlogs, because people traditionally wanted to see their doctor physically. So telemedicine was invented so you can at least speak to a doctor and get medication. But they want immigrants to go to the same doctor, but you can't get an appointment. They want immigrants to go to the same judge, but you can't get a court date. So I want to know whether or not this young man was being treated by the VA, or if he was getting held up, because it looks like to me he had mental health issues. And now from my research, let me read it to you again, that he had PTSD that was reported from the military. Veteran status. Elkins served in the Louisiana Army National Guard for 7 years, from 2013 to 2020. Role: he had rank of a private and served as a single support system specialist and fire support specialist. Deployment: an Army spokesperson stated that Elkins never deployed during his time in service. Mental health factors: family and officials have highlighted several significant mental health concerns leading up to the shooting. Recent hospitalization: family members reported that Elkins had been hospitalized for mental health issues in recent months. Holy moly, Batman. Holy guacamole, Batman. Holy guacamole, Batman. Holy guacamole, Batman. This ain't got shit to do with the community. This ain't got shit to do with his race. This ain't got shit to do with domestic and women and all of the tropes that they're about to throw at us, men. MAGA, where y'all at? MAGA, man, stand up. All of the women who love MAGA and family and God and country. They're about to throw a lot of bullshit at us so they can pass legislation. And this ain't got nothing to do with domestic violence. This ain't got nothing to do with women and Me Too and all the bullshit. This is a failure of the American government and the bureaucracy, because Democrats have been in priority and they have their priorities fucked up. This man should have been in a VA hospital. I'm going to say it again. This man should have been in the VA mental hospital. But Democrats want the immigrants to see the doctors before Americans. Democrats want the immigrants to see judges before Americans. Do you know in Fulton County, there is a backlog going back to the 80s of unprocessed rape kits? You know, it wouldn't be so bad, but they are men, evil men, the worst men ever, walking around free in Fulton County because we don't have the logistics. We don't have the, number one, they didn't have the money. They had to get a grant. We don't have enough scientists. We don't have enough time and money to process all the rape kits. Now check this out. Fannie Willis has said every rape kit that she tests is 100% conviction rate. That means if they were able to test all of those kits, they would get 100% of these men off the streets, and the streets would be safer. But they don't have the time and the money. But Democrats say you want immigrants to go to the same judge, but we can't protect American women. We can't even protect American children. If you look at this story, 8 children shot. So in Fulton County, we can't even protect American women. We don't have enough money in laboratories to process to protect the women. In Shreveport, we don't have enough police to protect children. Can't see in red, boy, I love you, boy. Can't see in red, boy, I love you, boy. Can't see in red in the building, boy, I love you, boy. Everybody, I'm live on my horizontal too, y'all. Double tap, hit the like button. I'm live on the vertical on the cell phone. I'm also, for the first time, we doing dual casting. That's dual streaming. That means if you like watching me on the TV, if you like watching me on the laptop, I'm live on the TV and the laptop right now too. At the same time, at the same damn time, at the same damn time. So if you want to watch me on your laptop, if you want to watch me on the TV screen, I'm live on the horizontal. This is the first time I'm doing the multi-aspect ratio. So we live on the cell phone and we live on the TV, man. Double tap at the like button. How y'all like that? Live on the cell phone and live on the TV, man. Thank y'all for watching me, man. I need y'all to watch me on both, man. If y'all like watching me on the TV, man, go over there, cut your TV on. Those of y'all can't see in red, people like can't see in red, y'all supposed to watch me on both, man. Watch me on watch me on on the cell phone and watch me on the television. Watch me on both, man. Watch me on the cell phone and watch me on the television. So what we talking about today, Ken, is we talking about this young man. He's only 31 years old. He's dead now. He's gone. 31 years old. He took the life of his children too. He has 7 children. He took the life of all 7 children. He attempted to take the life of the mother of his children. And he was an Army veteran, and I'm going over his mental health history. And I speculated that he had some mental health problems by looking at the photograph. And it turns out he had recently been hospitalized for mental health issues. VA evaluation. This is what we wanted to know, ladies and gentlemen. Who's the best podcaster on YouTube? Double tap, hit the like button. Who's the best podcaster on YouTube? VA evaluation. According to relatives, he recently visited a local Veteran Affairs VA hospital for mental health evaluation, where he stayed for a week and a half before being released. Did you guys know that? I don't think you do. No one's talking about it because they want to focus on the domestic violence so they can get past legislation, some Me Too bullshit. Dark thoughts. Relatives stated he had been struggling with depression, anxiety, and dark thoughts in the weeks prior to the attack. He never should have been released from the VA. What did I say? I said he should be in the VA facility. Didn't I say he should be in the VA hospital? Didn't I just say he should be in the VA hospital? Now come to find out, this is where the failure is. Don't blame the community. Don't blame the community. Don't blame black men. Don't blame domestic violence. This was a failure of the VA. He was a veteran. They knew he had mental health. They knew he was a danger to the public, and they didn't do the proper due diligence. That's it, you guys. That straight up. They're going to try to blame black men. They're going to try to blame it on women. They're going to try to blame it on the community and all this shit. But here it is right here. He went for a VA evaluation where he visited a local VA hospital for mental health, and he stayed for a week, and they released him. Relatives stated he had been struggling with depression, anxiety, and dark thoughts in the weeks prior to the attack. Warning signs on social media. Elkins recently shared a prayer asking for strength to reject depression, anger, and panic, and help to guard his mind. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. No one else is giving you this information, man. This brother was dealing with some mental health issues. He did his best to take care of him himself. He didn't have the capacity to take care of this problem. And that's what's sad about some of this stuff. Sometimes you recognize that you don't have the capacity. You need help. He recognized he didn't have the capacity, but we failed him.
The teenager were also shot, but they are expected to survive. Here's what the chair of Shreveport's city council had to say yesterday on the scene.
There are 8 children that are deceased. I can't be strong for you. I think about the mother and what this family has lost. I think about this community and what this community has lost. And I don't have the words to give you, and I'm sorry.
Very tough to hear that. We're joined now by CBS News law enforcement contributor Rodney Harrison. Rodney, good morning to you. This is absolutely heartbreaking. It makes no sense, but help our viewers try to make sense of what investigators can even do next. How do they process such a horrific event? How do they protect the investigators and detectives from not being traumatized from something that's obviously extremely traumatic?
Yeah, so good morning. And yes, horrible and a tragic incident that occurred out in Louisiana. But there are some layers of steps that need to be done next. And the first thing is taking a closer look at how Mr. Elkins got a gun. And they're going to be working with their federal partners, ATF, to try to trace how the gun got into his hands. We all know that Louisiana has less restrictive gun laws, but you need to take a closer look at, did he have a permit and how he came into possession of this firearm? Second was, is there any domestic violence history that happened here in the past that the Shreveport Police Department could have maybe identified a little bit sooner that could have possibly caused this incident from happening? You know, they have 450 sworn members within the police department. They do have a domestic violence unit. Were there any domestic violence visits during the last couple of years? And mental illness is going to be a big part of this investigation. Was he suffering from long-term mental illness, or
Yes.
was the unfortunate incidents that were going along with him and his wife caused him to snap and commit this horrible, tragic incident?
And it also highlights a disturbing fact in America where guns in the household are more likely to be used on family members than on an intruder or a stranger. What kind of wake-up call should this be And I'm wondering if mass shootings against family members is common at all, especially when it comes to people's own children.
Yeah, so you take a look at a couple states, New York, California, they have these red flag laws that allow law enforcement agencies to retrieve firearms from individuals that are gun owners that may be going through a certain situation or may be involved in some type of incident that allows the law enforcement agency.
I think that's a setup. They're trying to set us up, you guys. They trying to set us up for some legislation when they start talking like that about guns and guns in the household and Democratic states versus Republican states. Now, I gave you the background. This don't got nothing to do with gun laws. Y'all stay tuned to why MAGA does what MAGA does. This don't got nothing to do with gun laws, y'all.
A man fatally shot 8 children across several homes. 7 of them were his own, according to police in Shreveport, Louisiana. A coroner's office told CNN the children killed were ranging in age from 3 to 11, including 7 siblings and a cousin.
So there was a nice child here that actually was able to escape this heinous act. He jumped off of the roof while fleeing from the suspect in this case, and he did have some injuries, but he is expected to recover.
2 adult women were also shot and wounded. Authorities identified the gunman as Shamar Elkins, who was fatally shot by officers during a police chase. Elkins served in the State National Guard for 7 years until 2020, according to the U.S. Army. He was not deployed. In 2026 in the U.S., there have been at least 114 mass shootings where at least 4 people are shot, not including the shooter. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive. This was the deadliest mass shooting in the U.S. in more than 2 years.
I want to know, remember yesterday I brought up Stockton, California. Is Stockton, California the second mass shooting? Where is Stockton? Where's Stockton shooting in the rankings? In the rankings. Because Stockton, I believe it was 14 people dead, 14 people shot, 5 dead in mass shooting. Remember, 14 people shot. I want to know where Stockton is, because remember I told you about Stockton. This makes me think about these Democratic enclaves, right? The shooting you're referring to occurred November 29, 2025 during a child's birthday party. Are you guys with me now? During a child's birthday party in Stockton, California, a child's birthday party. This is ultra relevant. I'm not just bringing this up to bring this up. This is ultra relevant. It was a child's birthday party. These are 7 children unalived in Shreveport, Louisiana. So in Stockton, let's see where it ranks, this shooting. You're going to be fucking surprised. The shooting you're referring to November 29, 2025 during a child's birthday party at a banquet in Stockton, California. Casualties, a total of 17 people were shot. 17 people were shot. 4 individuals were killed, at least 13 others injured. Victims killed. The deceased included 3 children. This is why it makes me think about this incident. I'm not trying to just jump around. This is relevant. This is relevant to system failure, system breakdown, American culture, the breakdown in these democratic cities. In these democratic cities where you have single parent homes, rampant violence, high crime, and you know what else? No one goes to jail. No one goes to jail. You get to go, remember I showed the report the other day that someone talked about if you carjack somebody, you get to get out of jail. In East St. Louis, they have this point system where there were under 18 assailants who carjacked the Uber. They got out of jail. The next day, you know what they did? They carjacked the Lyft. I'm not joking. Because there's a point system for people under the age of 18. Who remember how we started with the crime? We started in Washington, D.C. with a young man by the name of Big Balls. That's his internet name. Who remembers what happened to Big Balls? Doge employee hired by Elon Musk. Big Balls was walking home from a party in Washington, D.C., 2 a.m. in the morning after working for the American people and the American government. He was walking his female friend to the car. But they noticed 10 people on the corner. He thought it was odd. He's in the Capitol Mall in the capital city. He's wondering, why is there 10 hoodlums with black jackets across the street on the corner? But he knew he had to get this young lady in the car because it looked like they were going to do something. He gets the young lady in the car. Before they attempt to carjack them, they attempt to steal the vehicle and murder Big Balls. Big Balls successfully gets the woman into the car, saving her life. Big Balls reports that he is lucky he does not fall to the ground because he knows if he goes down to the ground, he will die. If he falls to the ground, they will beat him till he is dead. Big Balls lives for this incident, and he saves the woman. The 3 assailants were arrested. Does anybody know who happened to commit this crime? It never gets talked about. They say Trump was wrong for bringing in the National Guard. They say Trump, even though he cleaned up Memphis, even though he cleaned up D.C., even though he cleaned up North Carolina, Chattanooga Crunch. Does anybody know who the 3 assailants were? I do. You know I know the answer, right? He was attacked by 3 young African-American teenagers. 2 of them were 14, 1 of them were 15. 2 boys and 1 female. I'm going to repeat that. They were attacked at 2 o'clock in the morning in Washington, D.C. in the Capitol Mall by 3 black teenagers, 2 boys and a girl, all under the age of 16. Yes. Tried to carjack and murder Big Balls and his female friend. Does anybody know what happened? How the crime was adjudicated? I know the answer. You're watching the #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and domestic discussions. You're watching the #1 podcast. Did you know that? Double tap at the like button, like, share, and subscribe. Join the channel. Do you know how the case was adjudicated? Well, a black female liberal judge appointed by Biden and Obama, I'm going to say it again, a black female liberal judge appointed by Biden and Obama allowed the 3 teenagers who attempted to carjack and murder Big Balls and his female friend. They went home. They went home. If you want to talk about who's to blame for Shreveport, they went home. They went home. The black female liberal judge said they deserve to go back to school. So 2 things happen. They don't get punished for almost killing and carjacking someone. But not only that, she thinks this is the liberal ideology that comes to bite us all in the ass. Because of her liberal ideology, those felonious, criminal, murderous children now go to school with your children. You want your kids to get good grades and go to college. These kids are out at 2 o'clock in the morning stealing cars and murdering. Now, this liberal judge thinks the answer is put them in a school classroom with your children who don't know nothing about murder, crime, theft, who are working on their ABCs, their 3 R's, their reading, writing, and arithmetic. This black female Democratic liberal judge says, not on, because liberals hear this and say, yay, the kids got to go free, but they forget they're going to be in school with you. See, that black judge, her kids go to private school. See, the elite Democrats, y'all don't understand how this works. The elite Democrats never deal with their liberal ideals because they get to live in the good part of Chicago. Their liberal ideology takes life in South Side Chicago, East St. Louis, East Oakland. But they don't live there. They don't have to experience it. Their children won't go to the same public school as those 3 children went back home to their single mothers who don't care about them, who allowed them to be outside at 2 a.m. And now they will be in classrooms with your kids who are not felons. But not her kids. Do you guys understand what not her kids? Not Nancy Pelosi's kids. She's worth millions of dollars. Our next story is about Ilhan Omar. She's worth still $30 million. Not Stacey Plask's kids. Not Letitia James' kids. Not Adam Schiff's kids. Not Gavin Newsom kids. They're all not Maxine Waters kids. No, none of their children go to public school. None of your favorite Democrats who are multimillionaires, none of their children go to public school. Ain't that some shit? So they can have this ideology, right? In Southside Chicago. They can have all this ideology that allows the crime and gangs to proliferate in South Chicago because the Democrats who party with the mayor, they don't live in South Chicago. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? That's what you voted for. Matter of fact, what is it? What is it? A blizzard? What is it? A blizzard? Let's go over some more of what the Democrats, the beautiful life the Democrats have created for the American people, right? Omar amends her disclosure. Now, I talked about millionaire Democrats and their children living a different life than you, despite them always talking about, white men and white people being evil. Isn't it funny that all of these Democrats who talk about white men and white people being evil happen to be married to white men? You know what I'm saying? Omar married to a white man. Kamala, is she black? I don't know if she's black, but is she? The borders are married to a white man. AOC married to a white man. But I tell you guys, if white people are so bad, why are all these Democratic liberal purple hair protesters married to white men? I just want to know. Because they say white men are horrible. AOC always talking about white people, but she's married to a white man. Kamala Harris married to a white, happily married. They don't fight. They don't care. Candace Owens, happily married to a white man. All of these beautiful minority women are married to these evil white motherfuckers, man. All my white MAGA brothers out there have a good laugh. All my white MAGA brothers have a good laugh for me because I laugh at the shit. The shit is ironic. The shit is funny as hell. Every time I see IOC get up and talk about white people, I be wondering, bitch, you going home to that pink penis, right? You going home to that pink penis, right? I love it. Don't you love it? Okay. See, this is like how they try to make Russia a boogeyman. How can white people be a boogeyman, AOC? You try to make the white man a boogeyman, but you go home and sleep with him every night and kiss his pink penis. I mean, how can you make the white man a boogeyman? Which one is he? What is he? Is he your daddy? Is he your lover? Or is he the man? Which one? I guess he's our lover. Oh my God. Oh shit. I love making fun of them because it's absurd. I don't like the way they try to separate America. America is the most beautiful country. There's a reason why millions of people come here. America is a melting pot. We're all the same. I don't like how the Democrats try to make you look at everything through a partisan lens, through a racial lens. I think that's chicken shit to make every issue black or white, to make every issue Republican. Some things are not partisan. Some things are not racial. And I think that's lazy intellectually. And I think it's wrong that the Democrats do that. So I pick on them and I make fun. I pick on them. And I love my white brothers, man. I love all my brothers. I love America. And I think it's bullshit that they've demonized white men in such a way. They got this saying, it's called playing in your face. I think it's bullshit that they demonize white men while they marry them. That's called playing in your face. That's the definition in my eyes. That's the definition of playing in my face. You're going to try to demonize the white man, but you're going to be in love with him and marry him. Like, I think you may not be, I think you tad bit disingenuous. does thou protest much? You know, you keep on using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Inconceivable. You keep on using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Inconceivable. So we were talking about the mass shooting and the rankings. And I was saying that when I talk about Shreveport, Louisiana, it made me think about Stockton. I didn't know that 17 people were shot. I thought it was 15 people shot. Me and my wife were talking about this last night. I think it got updated. That's a lot of people. So 17 people shot in Stockton in November of 2025. It said victims killed. The victims that were unalive was an 8-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a 21-year-old. The 8-year-old was a girl, a 14-year-old boy, and a 20-year-old man. The shooting took place at the Monkey Space Event Hall. Context: authorities believe the incident was a targeted attack involving at least 5 different firearms. Mass shooting rankings. In terms of national rankings and statistics, mass killing database, this event was recorded as the 17th mass killing of 2025. Wow, you guys, can y'all believe that? That's how much of this stuff happens. The Stockton issue was number 17th in the 2025 United States, involving at least 4 fatalities. Stockton history: community leaders describe it as one of the most tragic scenes in the city history due to the number of young victims in the setting of the toddler's birthday party. Regional statistics: Stockton is located in San Joaquin Valley, which has the highest violent crime rate in California. Now, what I said about the crime rate in Stockton and what you leave out, what people leave out about this violence that I could share with you, and that's relevant to our discussion that MAGA discusses about the immigrants and what took place under Biden. I said a couple things. I said, do everybody know what a migrant worker is? And I got some of the most intelligent chat room, right? Actually, my chat room was familiar with migrant work. I had some people from Florida and a couple people from different states where they said, well, we have migrant work here also. So I said, okay, in California, we have something called migrant workers. If you're not familiar with that, the migrant worker system is that such that people come from Mexico and they come work in Napa and they come pick your spinach. Like Gavin Newsom always says, it's the 5th largest economy, 4th largest economy, and 80% of the world's greens are grown here in California, right? So the migrant worker comes here from Mexico. The design is they work in the fields and the farmers pay them for 6 months out the year to work here, harvest crops, and then they go back, right? They go back to Mexico, or they go back to South America, right? They work here on a temporary basis. They don't have citizenship. They're called migrant employees. So I said in San Joaquin and Stockton, what you have here is you have a rural immigrant population. And you have a different, remember when Trump gave a State of the Union and he talked about the Somalians, he referred to them as Somalian pirates. And he said they have a different culture and they commit crime at a different level. Well, what's happening in Stockton, California is with the migrant worker, you have something called migrant crime, which has a different tint to it, right? A different tenor, a different tone. It's typically gang violence. You have territorial gang violence that exists deeper. Remember, I read to you that Stockton, California has the highest rate of crime in California. You could ask yourself why. I'm explaining to you why. It's because of the migrant crime, in the illegal, I don't know how you want to say, but the immigrants who have a different cultural background. And I'm going to go after this. This is going to lead me into my Nancy Guthrie update. Because what I've said about the Nancy Guthrie update and the people I believe who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie is the same thing like with the Somalian pirate. The people who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie have a different cultural background where kidnapping for ransom is pretty par for the course. This is a video of what took place in Stockton, California. Remember, I'm describing to you migrant workers in a different type of cultural crime that exists in Stockton, California, that leads to the high numbers in this shooting where 17 people were shot and 4 children were unalive November 2025. As we talk about Shreveport, Louisiana, it reminded me of this shooting.
Shooting at a child's birthday party in Stockton. Today, the sheriff announced that the casings found at the scene showed that at least 5 guns were used, and the father of one of the children killed is now pleading with the community for help in supporting his family and finding the suspects. KTVU's Jana Katsuyama has the story.
We are tired of burying our children. We are tired of blood on our streets. We are tired of gun violence stealing our future, our joy, and our sons.
As the pastor spoke on Tuesday, the pain, the shock, the devastating loss showed on the faces of Patrick and Kim Peterson, whose 14-year-old son, Amari, was killed in the November 29th mass shooting at a child's birthday party.
Like I'm looking in his room. I'm looking around the corner. I'm hearing him. Am I tripping? Or is he there? Because people keep telling me he's there with me. He's in my heart and all that, but I don't see him. I don't feel him. And it's just, it's like a nightmare.
Amari's father talked about the mental pain, the financial strain, and made a plea for the Stockton community to help find any suspects who opened fire on that room full of children.
If you do know who has something to do with this, I hope that you do the right thing.
Along with Amari, 2 8-year-old girls and a young adult were killed. 13 others were injured.
There were over 50 shell casings that were found on scene. So far, we've been able to determine that there were at least 5 different firearms that were fired at this birthday party.
The San Joaquin County Sheriff said investigators are reviewing thousands of hours of video camera footage and have received at least 50 tips. The reward now up to $130,000 for information leading to an arrest of any suspects.
We know that there were known gang members at this party, but we do not know whether that was the reason or the motive of this shooting. I want people to know that they can remain anonymous.
A call for the community to change a culture of violence and fear.
Don't be a coward and not come forward and speak, because Amari deserves you to do that. So if you don't have the courage, find somebody that can help you find it.
This should not be the norm. This cannot become acceptable.
Jana Katsuyama, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
So I don't know.
Born in the Motor City, perfect.
You guys remember that, but I just want to bring us back to that. And me think about that. What's happening in these cities? Do you know what happened after that, you guys? The Democrat mayor, female, let me look, see if it has if I can find a video. Female Democrat mayor of Stockton asked Trump for help after a shooting. It was a video of her asking Trump for help after the shooting. Stockton's mayor just calls for federal assistance. Stockton mayor wants Trump admins to help.
Given that, what is your message to those who have those fears about helping in this investigation because of that call?
You know, I've had a number of individuals that have said, yes, bring in the National Guard. The White House reached out to me, special advisor to the president, early Sunday morning, sending me a playbook on how mayors and city managers deal with mass shootings. I didn't even know something like that existed, but to give me pointers on what I need to do, the steps I needed to take. But I said, I need more than that. I need help from the Department of Housing, the Department of Labor, the Department of Education, you know, looking across the board at that. And so with the Department of Justice, what we're talking about is not bringing troops in, but very targeted assistance in dealing with those who are committing the crimes. We're a city of 324,950 people. Of that, if you're talking about 5,000 or even 10,000 people that are committing a majority of the crime, that's who we need to be focused on. We don't need to put our entire city in fear, even though some might say, oh, well, I'm not worried because they're there. We have the other side of the coin of people in our community that would be scared because if there were troops in our city.
But how do you prevent that? I mean, if you're calling for the federal government to come in, how can you make sure that that doesn't happen?
Well, I can't make sure that that doesn't happen. I do not want to happen to Stockton what happened in LA. Listen, this is about us working in silos and saying, no, we can't do that anymore. We have to come together.
It's real talk right here. That was the Stockton mayor after the shooting saying she need help from the federal government. After she said she need help from the federal government, she got backlash, so she tried to change what she said. But she said initially she wanted help from Trump and the federal government.
We're talking about a cake being cut as bullets are ringing out. The candles have been blown out. You're cutting the cake and then bullets are flying out. We need more. We want to be their pilot site for the United States of America. Come to Stockton. We're here ready with our arms open for you to come into our city and let us lead then the nation on how to do it right.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? This is what I wanted you to hear. This is a Democratic liberal mayor after 17 people shot, 5 children murdered. She said, I want Trump to come to Stockton. I want the National Guard. I want him to come here. Let me be your pilot site. Remember everybody saying they didn't want Trump to clean up the cities and all of that stuff? 17 people shot, 5. What about now in Shreveport, Louisiana? Democrats, where you at now? What about now in Shreveport, Louisiana? You're going to try to blame domestic violence. You're going to try to blame the community. No. I already reported. You failed. The bureaucracy, the Democratic liberal leadership in Shreveport, Louisiana failed. He was in a VA mental hospital. He never should have got released. What do we hear when we talk about the Angel families? Nah, man, fuck that. Let's have a real talk, man, this morning, man. Fuck that. Let's have a real talk. What do we hear when we talk about the Angel families? When we talk about the Angel families, every time and time again, we see some brother that then killed somebody who had mental health issues, who then got let out of jail in the hospitals umpteen time. Every time. You know how embarrassing that is, man, that every time, man. Why don't they just keep his ass in jail, in the hospital, or help him? But every time you see this beautiful little white girl got stabbed in the neck. And I keep hearing the story. I'm like, how many damn times? How many white girls I got? I think they should be paying attention. No, let me stop. That's not funny. The Angel family, these guys have been arrested 13 times, 15 times. Liberal judges keep letting them out until finally somebody gets hurt. To the point, just like in Shreveport, Louisiana. This guy never should have been released from the VA hospital, and still to this day, the legacy media. If you only are watching NBC, if you haven't hit the like button right now. Double tap the screen. Boop 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 boop. Hit the like button right now. Hit a super chat. Send me a gift. I don't think I got a super chat yesterday or today. What's going on with the super chats? What's going on with the memberships and the gifts? Send me a super chat right now. Send me a gift. Let's get into the memberships. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. Let me go back to the video. Let's go back to the video. Let's go back to the video. Stockton mayor begging for help from Donald Trump. You know, this is Trump news. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the Boo-hoo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. This is what we do every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. And I just love stories. I love when my podcast flows like this, man, and we can get into shit like this, man, where I can just bring up these moments that, us be a lot of TDS and playing haters in the chat, man. So I love the opportunity to show the reality on the ground with Donald Trump has done, how great and successful he has been, how great and successful Tom Homan has been, how great and successful and influential ICE is as an agency, ICE. And I do that with this presentation right here, man. Double tap at the like button. So proud of Donald Trump and the administration, man. So proud of Donald Trump and the administration. Here it is.
Saying you want everything that you can get. Would you want the National Guard to be helping you in Stockton deal with gangs?
I don't know if the National Guard could necessarily do what we need to be done. This is generational. A National Guard comes in, they have one task in mind, and they do that. It's babies. We're talking about children. We're talking about a cake.
So the other part of that got cut off, is she said it's generational, but she also said after that it's cultural. And what she tried to say and be sensitive, she said it's generational, but after that it was cut off. She said it's cultural. It's a cultural thing, like Trump when he talked about the Somalians and the Somalian pirates and the way that they stole that money, the $19 billion. Trump called them Somalian pirates and said they have a different culture that allows them to do the type of theft. Straight up. Let's get into one of them Somalian pirates right now. Let's talk about our favorite Somalian pirate right now, ladies and gentlemen, man. Let's talk about our favorite Somalian pirate right now, man. Who is our favorite Somalian pirate? You know what I mean? Right now, man. You know who it is. Mrs. Ilhan Omar, married multiple times, married to her brother, naturalized citizenship, but we can't find the damn paperwork. You know what I'm saying? So we can't find the paperwork, Her father was a naturalized citizen, but we can't find the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? But that's okay. But now we got her married a third time. How many people knew Ilhan Omar been married 3 times? Can I get third times the charm in the chat? Can we get third times the charm in the chat? One time. Third time's the charm. She married her brother. She married another guy now. She married to a white man. She reported she was worth $30 million. The problem was the year before she wasn't married to a white man and she was worth $18,000. You know what I'm saying? Then she married a white man. Now she worth $30 million. All the white men, all the real white men, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. She married a white man. She turned into a multi-millionaire. Turns out, ladies and gentlemen, she was wrong. I apologize. I lied on that for. I apologize. I'm not a millionaire no more. The bitch apologized. Check it out, y'all, one more time. I apologize. I lied on that form. I apologize. I'm not a millionaire no more. That's what she telling us today, man. She's not a millionaire no more, man. She said she's not a millionaire no more, man. Did you marry your brother? You like Kamala, Kamala, is she black? I don't know if she black, but is she the Mortazar? You know what I'm saying? Did you marry your brother? Can you tell us that? So now you telling us you're not a millionaire. Can you just be honest? Did you marry your brother? Did you marry your brother? You ain't married to him no more. You married to white man. Could just be honest. If you're not a multimillionaire, you lied about that. Did you lie about marrying your brother? What else have you lied about Ilhan Omar? Let's read the details. Ilhan Omar amends disclosure, slashes reported assets from millions to under $100,000. Omar's original May 2025 filing listed her husband 10-minute stake in a DC venture firm and California winery at up to $30 million total, a big jump from prior years. The amendment revealed that the accountant had used full company values instead of minutes 1/3 share. And after liabilities, those holdings net zero. Her office called it a common error, now corrected voluntarily, while she reports modest 2024 income, student debt, and credit card debt. Republicans like James Comer and Tom Emmer question the change amid probes into Minnesota welfare fraud, though no changes have surfaced. Double tap, hit the like button. Can you believe this? Do you believe this story, you guys? So now Ilhan Omar is saying,
I mean, I don't think I've ever.
She said she made a mistake to the tune of $30 million, but she broke. She never had no money. She don't have no money. She ain't gonna have no money. She getting Epstein money. We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Epstein money. Ilhan Omar is Nick Shirley. This our brother from another mother. This our brother from another mother talking about Ilhan Omar. Let me get it up. Ilhan Omar, 30 mil fraud. And we're gonna talk about it right now. What y'all put a one in the chat? Do y'all think Ilhan Omar lied about the money, or did she put a one in the chat? Did Ilhan Omar lie about the money? Lie about the money. Do y'all think she can get? Let's first start with that, and then I'm gonna ask you: do y'all think she can get reelected? I don't think she can get reelected. I think the squad is over. Jasmine Crockett already got fried. She cried. Jasmine cried. Boo hoo hoo. Crocodile tears. Hashtag. You ever heard of a crocodile tear? With Jasmine Crockett and the Democrats in the squad brought us the new version of 2026 crocodile tears. Not crocodile tears, but crocodile tears. And here's our brother Nick Shirley coming in with a 1-2 punch. With a 1-2 punch on Ilhan Omar, right for lunch. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. Hit the super chat. You broke, saggy, sorry bottoms. Let's go, baby.
Said something like that.
Well, it's a bit suspicious to have your net worth go up by millions and then just recently say that it's an error. I mean, I don't think I've ever put 2 extra zeros as an error when I file any report. So Ilhan Omar, we know who she is. We know that she's like the king, the queen of the fraud, actually. And so Ilhan Omar, no respect to her whatsoever.
Yeah. That's when she says something like that.
Ilhan Omar, no respect to her whatsoever. Like that, Nick Shirley. I like that, Nick Shirley. I find it absolutely hilarious. Omar revised her financials from 30 million to 90,000. She revised her financials from 30 million to 90,000.
I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, you know, our country's at a tipping point.
Our country's at a tipping point. Put a one in the chat if you think Donald Trump is correct. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Donald Trump. I'm gonna put a let me put a one in the chat because I agree with my president. I love Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the greatest president I've ever seen. Put a one in the chat. If you agree with Donald Trump, put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Donald Trump. Put a one in the chat if you agree with Donald Trump. Somebody said bye, and let me tell them like I tell them in my Cardi B voice. It ain't just bye, it's bye forever. It ain't just bye. Oh, look at that super chat. Gigantic came in with $2 super chat. Game is game. Salute to you. Omar shouldn't even be in the U.S. government. That's why I brought up the nationalized. Her father was a nationalized, but we can't find the paperwork. She first married her brother. I always wanted a brother, just like you. I always wanted a brother. I always married my brother. I wanted to marry my brother, just like you. She married her brother. She married her. And then, you know, it's not just a funny little song we sing, you know. You know, it used to be something that we used to pick on her about until Tom Homan and Homeland Security and DHS launched the actual investigation. There's actually a real investigation. This started on Reddit. Shout out to Reddit. There's a lot of red pill MAGA deplorables on Reddit that do a hell of a job. Hell of a job. Shout out to the brothers on Reddit, man. The brother and the sisters, all the MAGA Knights. And they the first ones who uncovered the story of Ilhan Omar marrying her brother. It started there, and it would have died there because the liberal media tried to say that we were just red pill and we were being vicious and mean. But it turns out there were actual paperwork. The brothers on Reddit did their research. They forwarded that paperwork to Homeland Security, and it actually turned into a real life investigation. So when we talk about Ilhan Omar and her $30 million finances, the reason this is on such a high profile is because of her. It's because of her. She was the one who created the legislation that allowed for feeding our families to start the fraud that led to the 19 billion. See, the Somalian community was 80% on welfare. And then Ilhan Omar, during the pandemic, even though her community was 80% on welfare, not working, getting so much money, she wanted to try and find a way to funnel them more money. I don't even understand if people really truly understand the math behind what happened. This community had TPS, temporary protection, had been here for 10 years, and 80% of them were on welfare, meaning not working. The American people were taking care of them. But Ilhan Omar, even though she knew 80% were not working, said they need more funds. This is not me making it up. She said, you need more money. So she created a policy during the pandemic that allowed them to funnel more money. That's when the $1 billion fraud came, because she created this opportunity. And then when Nick Shirley goes to the Leering Center and you don't see kids, the same thing is now happening in California being uncovered. Listen to this. The reason why there were no children in the Leering Center is because of something called enrollment-based funding and preferred seating. In Minnesota, this new law that was put out there by Ilhan Omar gave the Somalian communities and their 501(c)(3)s preferred seating. So a regular everyday American citizen had to wait in line behind the Somalian because the new Biden laws, this is what the Democrats want to do, and their ideology gave priority to Somalians who are not even citizens. So your child would have to wait for a daycare seat. Did you guys know that? Preferred seating. Enrollment-based funding said that the Leering Center got paid irregardless if children actually were in attendance. That was part of the contract. Now, why am I bringing up? Why is this important? Because Nick Shirley, there is a new law in California. They're trying to put Nick Shirley in jail and make it illegal what he did. What is also happening at the same time is the California prosecutor's wife put up a new law that says that you don't have to have someone in these hospices, similar to the law that exists in Minnesota, where the children didn't actually have to be in attendance to receive government funding. There is a new law on the books in California that would prohibit you from looking at the NGO's funding, and it would say that they don't actually have to have persons in attendance to actually operate. Listen to this, you guys. The new law says they don't need people in attendance, and they don't actually have people there to receive funding. This is the same thing that took place. A lot of people don't know what was behind the Leering Center, because what you would want to ask is, okay, why didn't the Leering Center get taken down and prosecuted? They didn't break the law. They weren't required to have the children in attendance. They were paid based on the enrollment, and they were paid upfront in advance. If you think about it, you can't pay me for attendance in advance because I don't know who will be here. If you pay me in advance, the Leering Center with Joe Biden and Tim Walz and what was set up, there was a program, they were paid electronically. They had to sign up, all these daycares had to sign up for this digital program. Joe Biden had this money. They wanted it to make sure it ended up back in Democratic coffers. How could they make sure this Biden era money from the quarantine ended up back in the Democrats' pockets? They funneled it through the Somalian community. Double tap it, the like button. They funneled the money through the Somalian community. So these daycares were set up, these policies of enrollment-based funding and preferred seating to make sure that the Somalians got the money, and then they were paid on an electronic basis digitally in advance. So they weren't paid on attendance. That was what Donald Trump changed. In California right now, thanks to Nick Shirley, they want to change the laws in California to where these corporations, these NGOs, can receive money without people being in attendance based on enrollment. And these policies already exist. I told you that Democrats wanted Tim Walz to be vice president because Obama championed Tim Walz. Do you guys know this? Tim Walz became vice president because Obama championed Tim Walz. And these same policies that led to $19 billion in fraud would have went nationwide. If Tim Walz and Kamala won, these policies that led to $19 billion in fraud would have become nationwide policies. That's what Obama, you see Eric Holder on the Sunday shows today, that's what Obama and the Democratic elite, you know, Obama, the king of Wakanda, your black mama, this is what they wanted. This is why they picked Tim Walz. Just like I said, Gavin Newsom means Californication for the nation. Tim Walz is balls for them all. Double tap, hit the like button. Here's Trump on Ilhan Omar and the culture of the Somalian pirate. Join the channel. It's called the Somalian Special. Hit the super chat, hit the membership, hit the like. You're watching the #1 channel for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo blues.
You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell,
they came from,
you know, our country's
nothing. We gave them temporary protection. That's why I say when I talk about my Somalian special, I say, remember when we was kids, they had the swollen bellies and the flies on the eyeballs. They had the swollen bellies and the flies on the eyeballs, and you could feed the starving children. We believe the children. We are the children. We came to America and stole 19 billion. We Somali stealing money. Allegedly, double tap hit the like button. Allegedly, double tap hit the like button. Ilhan Omar has changed her reporting from $30 million to 90,000. She went from 90,000 to 30 million. Now she wants to change it back from 30 million to 90,000. Double tap and hit the like button. You're watching the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Ilhan Omar wants us to believe that she made a mistake. There was a mistake. She don't got the money. Ain't no money. Where's the money? What money? Money? What money? Look at the 19 billion. Money? What money? What money? We're getting Epstein money. We're getting Epstein money. She got Epstein money. She got the Epstein money.
The fraudsters to run wild in my state. And by the way, when we talk about Ms. Omar, I mean, she went from 65,000 net worth that she was reporting on her congressional disclosures to reporting over 30 million in net worth in just a few years. And guess what? Now she comes out and says, oh, that was a mistake on our disclosures. I just took a quick look at it and missed it. You know, not only should her accountant be fired, but that girl should be fired, and she does not deserve to be in Congress. Quite frankly, if she is discovered to be involved in any of this fraud personally, that she benefited from it, even by her actions of promoting it and trying to resist investigations, she should be held accountable to the fullest extent. They're being impacted by the...
I agree, man. I mean, do y'all think, put a 1, okay, this was the other question. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar could be reelected. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar could be reelected. Huh? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar could be reelected. Double tap, hit the like button. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar could be reelected. And what happens to the squad, man? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar could be reelected. Let's listen to this again. She got that Epstein money.
They're being impacted by these Democrats who have allowed the fraudsters to run wild in my state. And by the way, when we talk about Ms. Omar, I mean, she went from 65,000 net worth that she was reporting on her congressional disclosures to reporting over 30 million in net worth in just a few years. And guess what? Now she comes out and says, oh, that was a mistake on our disclosures. I just took a quick look at it and missed it. You know, not only should her accountant be fired, but that girl should be fired, and she does not deserve to be in Congress. Quite frankly, if she is discovered to be involved in any of this fraud personally, that she benefited from it, even by her actions of promoting it and trying to resist investigations, she should be held accountable to the fullest extent. They're being impacted by the
I agree. She should be held accountable to the fullest extent. Double tap, hit the like button. She should be held accountable to the fullest extent. Ilhan Omar has changed her reporting, saying she
Well, it's a bit suspicious to have your net worth go up by millions and then just recently say that it's an error. I mean, I don't think I've ever put 2 extra zeros as an error when I file any report. So Ilhan Omar, we know who she is. We know that she's like the king, the queen of the fraud, actually. And
Nick Shirley said Ilhan Omar is the queen of the fraud. That's not me. I didn't say it. Nick Shirley said Ilhan Omar is the queen of the fraud. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Nick.
She is not a multimillionaire. And look at this headline from the Wall Street Journal. She thought she was.
Put 1 in the chat if you agree with Nick Shirley. She is not a multimillionaire.
Accidentally thought that you were a multimillionaire. Well, Ilhan Omar says she is not a multimillionaire. And look at this headline from the Wall Street Journal. She thought she was, though. Omar was standing down. Look at this headline. Ilhan Omar says she isn't a multimillionaire, blames accounting error. Okay, so an accounting error led her to believe she was very wealthy. Well, Omar was staring down a potential investigation after disclosing that she and her husband's assets were valued between $6 million and $30 million on a financial disclosure form. Now listen to this. That was an astronomical increase in wealth from her last disclosure, but she has since amended her filing, now saying that her assets are valued between $18,004 to $95,000.
Wow.
So 6 to 30 million to under 100,000. How in the world does that happen? Well, according to the Wall Street Journal, quote, aides said that Omar looked at the form before it was filed in 2025, but that the error did not jump off the page for her because she isn't involved with her husband's businesses. Okay, wow.
The error didn't jump off because she's not involved with her. How many people believe Ilhan Omar? I don't believe her. Let's listen to that again. How many people? And I want us to look at this beautiful white woman. This is a gorgeous white woman. One more time.
So I have a question for you. Have you ever accidentally?
I have a question too. You are gorgeous. Will you come to my house for Christmas? Will you be my Christmas present? Oh my goodness. Double tap at the like button. Double tap. Where the white women at? Double tap at the like button.
Thought that you were a multimillionaire. Well, Ilhan Omar says she is not a multimillionaire. And look at this headline from the Wall Street Journal. She thought she was, though. Omar was standing down. Look at this headline. Ilhan Omar says she isn't a multimillionaire, blames accounting error. Okay, so an accounting error led her to believe she was very wealthy. Well, Omar was staring down a potential investigation after disclosing that she and her husband's assets were valued between $6 million and $30 million on a financial disclosure form. Now listen to this. That was an astronomical increase in wealth from her last disclosure, but she has since amended her filing, now saying that her assets are valued between $18,004 to $95,000. So 6 to 30 million to under 100,000. How in the world does that happen? Well, according to the Wall Street Journal, quote, aides said that Omar looked at the form before it was filed in 2025, but that the error did not jump off the page for her because she isn't involved with her husband's businesses. Okay, wow.
So wait a minute. You didn't notice $30 million? You didn't notice 30 million. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing to say you're not involved with your husband's businesses, but you didn't notice $30 million. You didn't notice $30 million. I don't think that.
So I have a question for you. Have you ever?
Okay, that was far-left Congresswoman Ilhan Omar claiming the Justice Department and Congress probing her sudden skyrocketing wealth to $30 million in just 1 year, that they have a problem with her living the American dream. You heard her say the goddamn United States of America. We've got new questions on where she and her husband got all that money. Joining us now, Forbes Media Chair, Editor-in-Chief Steve Forbes. Steve, new information coming in, and Forbes magazine, your magazine, has reported this too, that the state of Delaware and Washington, D.C. canceled the registrations for Omar's husband's investment firm, Rose Lake, for not paying its back taxes. We saw it owed more than $400,000 to Delaware and nearly $1,800 to D.C. She's claiming it's worth $25 million from less than $1,000 a year before. How can his investment firm not afford to pay taxes? It's supposedly worth an estimated $75 million to $150 million. This is really weird stuff.
Well, weird is not the word for it. There's another word for it called crooked. And that's why we have to have an investigation into this. As you know,
I agree. It's crooked.
The Biden administration started examining her finances and that of her husband. And so surprise, surprise, that investigation went nowhere. But it's amazing how people can go into Congress and then become these entrepreneurial investing geniuses, where they come in. She had under $1,000 of net worth, and her husband.
This is the white husband. This is not the black. Remember, she's been married 3 times. She's Muslim. She's devout Muslim, and they would never marry out of their race or out of their religion. But she is married to a white man and now worth 30 million. I'm sorry, 90,000. This is the white man who's not Muslim, by the way. Double tap.
Didn't have much, and suddenly now they're multimillionaires. Is there a money laundering operation here? And in terms of the firms themselves, they have a sketchy background. That winery in California that she and her husband own, where did that come from? Where's the wine there? And nobody can seem to find it. So there's a lot of smelly stuff here, and that's why in the American dream.
I like this guy. Who is this? He said, "Where's the wine? No one can find the wine." Oh shit! I like it. Who is this guy? Run that back. Let's run this from the top. This is this headline. Ilhan Omar says she isn't a multimillionaire. Blames accountant error.
Okay, that was far-left Congresswoman Ilhan Omar claiming the Justice Department and Congress probing her sudden skyrocketing wealth to $30 million in just 1 year, that they have a problem with her living the American dream. You heard her say the goddamn United States of America. We've got new questions on where she and her husband got all that money. Joining us now, Forbes Media Chair, Editor-in-Chief Steve Forbes. Steve, new information coming in, and Forbes magazine, your magazine, has reported this too, that the state of Delaware and Washington, D.C. canceled the registrations for Omar's husband's investment firm, Rose Lake, for not paying its back taxes. We saw it owed more than $400,000 to Delaware and nearly $1,800 to D.C. She's claiming it's worth $25 million from less than $1,000 a year before. How can his investment firm not afford to pay taxes? It's supposedly worth an estimated $75 million to $150 million. This is really weird stuff.
Well, weird is not the word for it. There's another word for it called crooked. And that's why we have to have an investigation into this. As you know, the Biden administration started examining her finances and that of her husband. And so surprise, surprise, that investigation went nowhere. But it's amazing how people can go into Congress and then become these entrepreneurial investing geniuses, where they come in. She had under $1,000 of net worth, and her husband didn't have much, and suddenly now they're multimillionaires. Is there a money laundering operation here? And in terms of the firm.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think there's a money laundering operation. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar is guilty. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Ilhan Omar is guilty of money laundering? Do you buy that it was an accounting mistake? Did she marry her brother? Will she be reelected? We're talking about Ilhan Omar, member of the squad, now claiming not to be worth 30 million. Now married to a white man. We're claiming that she's not worth 30 million anymore. Do you believe it? Put a one in the
Another
chat.
major asset she listed in her financial disclosure is this winery. What does a Somali know about wineryism? Okay, that was in 2023. That was worth, according that she listed in her financial disclosure, is this winery. What does a Somali know about wineryism? Okay, that was in 2020.
Shit. I can't make this up. This is smooth.
Another major asset she listed in her financial disclosure is this winery. What does a Somali know about wineryism? Okay, that was in 2023. That was worth, according to Ilhan Omar's own financial disclosure form, between $15,000 and $50,000. But on her financial affidavit from a year later, that same winery was listed at a value of between $1 and $5 million. Just real quick. Why does a Muslim own an alcohol company? I thought that wasn't a thing in Islam. Anyway, it gets weirder. Up until yesterday, Benny Johnson was able to find their supposed.
Great point. Married to a white man and and he owns an alcoholic beverage company. That's haram, right? That's haram. She's not supposed to be associated with alcohol. That is haram. The white man is haram and the alcohol is haram. Double tap at the like button. This is a great expose. Who got the best podcast on YouTube?
Supposed inventory bottles and all the things they had, their office location, and a bunch of other information on the business. But as of today, those sites are totally shut down, and any mention of their website has been wiped off the internet. I'm talking gone. The Wayback Machine, all these other crafty little archive sites, everything is gone. Like deleted the root service. I called my computer buddy, Jim. He couldn't even find it. It was some fancy AR jargon bot machine for recovery. I don't even know, he was explaining it to me. He couldn't even find it, which is weird that a company that boasted an award-winning wine, the quote, double gold winner in 2022 San Fran Chronicle competition with a corporate value of up to $5 million would just vanish into thin air. They didn't sell it. Is it possible for this to be a functioning business and have absolutely no footprint, wiped from the internet, go from 1,000 net worth to 5 million in less than a year?
Well, no other winery on earth's done that, Carl. If anybody knows anything about this, knows that the wine industry is under enormous pressure. Wineries, there's people pulling up vineyards and closing wineries, including some very well-known ones. People are drinking less wine. The economy is weighed on that in favor of cheaper alcohol options. So the wine industry has been in mad contraction for quite some time now. But more to the point, you have to have a federal license to have an alcohol facility. Where is her winery on the TTB website? That's the federal regulatory body that does this. So no, this doesn't exist, and it's a phantasm that the idea you can have a winery increase in value. Everybody else in the wine business knows better.
Yeah. Other major asset she listed in her.
Oh man, what y'all think, man? Ilhan Omar, man. Ilhan Omar, congressman, owns a $15 million winery. What do you think, huh? Let's see. Let me see. I got another one. Let's see. I see a lot of ones in the chat. I seen a lot of ones in the chat. Let's go to another clip of her talking about this.
Formally, right? So it is just politics. It's like we're gonna subpoena, we're gonna do that. It's like it's all of these things that are not they're never going to do. So they're just saying it because then that gets them an interview on Fox or Newsmax, or you'll see they tweet and like 5 minutes later, if you check, they already got a clip of themselves being interviewed 5 seconds later. If you've done something illegal, you would investigate.
But they're not investigating you.
I have not been made aware of an investigation into me or my family.
But when you look at the increase in your household wealth tied to your husband's companies, you understand why that raises questions for people watching from that.
Yeah, but that's again one of the it's their saying, right? Like there is no wealth increase. If you look at my husband's income, it's almost non-existent. He's helped make sure our children are going to college, and our young one is taken care of. There is no wealth. There ranges to businesses that he was invested in. I'm pretty sure I don't even know what.
Well, they say, correct me if I'm wrong, because they said you reported a net worth between $6 million and $30 million, and they said your 2023 disclosure was roughly between 40,000 and $250,000.
Yeah, but they're not net worths. They're like the asset things for the companies.
Asset things for the companies. No, that's the same thing.
Like that's not, you know what I mean? It's not a.
Best podcast. Double tap in your like button. It's the best podcast.
A full picture of the numbers in the way that it is presented.
The number, like you mean like 1, 2, and 3, bitch? Like we don't know what the zero is, bitch. The numbers, yeah. A number, bitch. What's the number?
Presented in the document, because in the documents we have to do ranges and we have to like report in a way that is not detailed. It's not like your tax return that you're submitting for the public record to see.
But that is a big increase, though. So you could understand why people would ask questions.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure it'll get like adjusted at some level. When those ranges are looked at.
The greatest bullshit story ever told.
Republicans, like Lauren said, they are pushing this.
Okay. So Ilhan Omar under investigation. And what else I had? I had something else on that. New Yorkers are shocked and furious after a group of thugs were able to run rampant, total car takeover 69th Street in Elliott, waving Palestinian flag. Third world trash were involved. Ugandan Mayor Mondani has bred this culture, and here's what and he wants to weaken NYPD. Absolutely unreal. Even city council member Phil Wong is furious. I've seen the video of the cars take over 69th Street of Elliott. It's disgusting. We're not putting up with this garbage in our neighborhood. NYC is cooking itself. This is what NYC has turned into under Mayor Zohrani Mondani. Double tap, hit the like button. Don't forget the Palestinian flag, because liberal ideology says this is all okay, right? If you buy into their narrative. Double tap, hit the like button. Coming to you live from New York City. You got what you voted for, Democrats? You got what you voted for, huh, Democrats? So the video don't got no noise. The video don't got no sound. That's good. So this is cars, young people taking over the streets. No authorities. They didn't lit fires in the street. You see the Palestinian flag. There's no police. No police out here. Complete anarchy. This is what the Democrat, every time, remember Seattle, remember Chaz, every time the Democrats get in power, you see these cities and you see the police lose control of the citizens. Why is that? Why can we predict it? Why can MAGA call it? Like MAGA can call it every time. Every time there's this Democratic, you saw it in Minnesota, and then people get hurt. When someone gets hurt, they don't want to blame Trump. Because this is what led to the violence in Minneapolis and Minnesota. that you have these unruly citizens acting out, police told to stand down by liberal mayors, and then the citizens and the public get to the point where someone gets hurt. This is a recipe for disaster. You know how they call it's a recipe for disaster. This is a recipe for disaster, and it's because you elected this incompetent fool who never should have been elected. No experience. Should not be mayor of fucking New York City. Of all the places, that's not where you start off. That's not how you get experience. It's like New York City is like being mayor of a planet. You know what I mean? The population, the economics, that's not the place you start off. How many people agree with that? That's not the place you start off. That's not the place you start off. That's not the place you start off. So let's go to Fairfax. Let's go to Fairfax. So we talked about Shreveport, and when we talk about Shreveport, it made me think about what just took place in Fairfax, Virginia, and the lieutenant of the governor. Shout out to the Roger Report. I don't know if how many of y'all been watching me for how long, but I got my start on a YouTube channel called the Roger Report. My brother Roger and the elder, Black Uru, Kevin C, Hot Sauce. I seen Shark Sims in my comment section the other day. Shout out to you, Shark Sims. Can't see in red, stopped through today. But I began on a podcast called The Roger Report. It's live every day at 7 a.m. I would advise you guys to subscribe and go check it out. It's a great conversation amongst men. And they were discussing today the Fairfax homicide where Lieutenant Governor unalived his wife and then unalived himself while his teenage children were in the home. The teenage children actually had to call the authorities. So I thought this would be relevant to discuss an update because of, how it relates to what took place with the other shooting of the 8 kids and both of the women involved. And mental health. God bless you all.
Say former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax is responsible for a murder-suicide inside his home in Annandale. Police say he shot and killed his wife, Dr. Serena Fairfax, before taking his own life overnight. We just wrapped up a news conference with Fairfax County Police. They say officers were called to that home on Guinevere Drive just after midnight. They found both victims dead, and they say this does appear to be domestic related. And we're learning more about what may have led up to this. Police say the couple was going through a complicated divorce, and Fairfax had recently been served paperwork tied to an upcoming court proceeding. Investigators believe that may have been a trigger, but that is not yet confirmed. Now, they also say the shooting happened in 2 parts of the home. Fairfax allegedly shooting his wife in the basement and then going upstairs to the primary bedroom, and that's where he shot himself. And then making all of this even more tragic, their 2 teenagers were inside the home at the time. Police say one of those teenagers called 911. Now, authorities say they've only been called to the home once before. This was back in January. Fairfax reporting an assault by his wife, Dr. Fairfax. But after reviewing surveillance video, they say that claim was unfounded. We're also learning that Fairfax had returned to practicing law after his time in office from 2018 to 2022. His wife, Serena, was a dentist. Now, police say the couple had been living separately inside the home. Now, this does remain an active investigation. A lot more details will be coming out about this. But again, former Lieutenant Governor Justin Fairfax responsible for a murder-suicide inside his Annandale home. He and his wife, Dr. Serena Fairfax, Fairfax are now dead. If you know someone that's experiencing domestic violence, help is available through the National Domestic Violence Hotline. Be sure to stay with 13 News Now. We're going to continue to follow this story here and bring you updates throughout the day.
I don't know if this got something to do with domestic violence, mental health issues with these people, man. Mental health. Straight up. Come on now. Details have emerged. Some more details. So we talking about Shreveport, Louisiana, and now we're talking about the lieutenant governor. Details have emerged in the hours after police say former Virginia Governor Lieutenant Justin Fairfax murdered his wife, Dr. Serena Fairfax, and then unalived himself. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button.
A Fairfax County judge ordered Justin Fairfax to move out of the home he shared with his wife and their 2 teenage children by April 30th.
Certainly a traumatic event for those children to live through.
Exactly 2 weeks before that date, police say Fairfax murdered his wife and then killed himself inside that home in Northern Virginia. Inside this custody order written by Judge Timothy McAvoy, extensive details about the state of the couple's marriage, the former Virginia Lieutenant Governor's mental state, and his relationship with his children leading up to the murder-suicide. According to court records, the judge wrote it was difficult to imagine the degree to which Fairfax's world must have been damaged by sexual assault allegations made by 2 women who he knew when he was a much younger man. He described Fairfax as an ascendant political figure on the cusp of making a credible run for governor of Virginia, and these allegations appear to have put an end to those plans. He said it was clear the trauma experienced by Fairfax related to those allegations had not been fully processed, and the isolation, drinking, and lack of participation in family life were manifestations of what seems to be a sense of fatalism and hopelessness. Records show that since leaving the lieutenant governor's office in 2022, Fairfax cloistered himself inside of his home office, used alcohol heavily, and withdrew from his family. The court found Fairfax's wife, Dr. Serena Fairfax, had been the primary caregiver for both children for almost their entire lives and in all respects. She was the planner, scheduler, the caretaker, the cook, the disciplinarian, the primary nurturer. She performed all those roles while also working part-time as a dentist in her own dental practice, and it appeared she was the primary earner at the time. Judge McAvoy credited the children's resilience and early successes in life to their mother's grit. The custody order also states evidence showed that in 2022, Fairfax purchased a handgun with money intended for his children's horseback riding lessons, and at some point left the home with the gun and some clothes in a suitcase. When frantic family members ultimately tracked him down at a park near their home, they were unable to calm him down for several hours, and ultimately a mental health professional had to be called. The judge said there was no evidence Fairfax was seeking professional help, and he had little confidence he could accurately assess himself. He ended by saying that he thought that Justin Fairfax had it within him to be a great dad, but he first must want to be one before granting Dr. Serena Fairfax primary custody.
How you doing?
What's
You
up?
look amazing. What's your name?
Thank you.
What's your name?
Juicy.
Juicy. My name not here.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's Juicy. Where you from?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. How long you been in Houston?
About 2 months.
So that was more detail that we've ever had. So that's a lot more detail in the discussion. So she is saying that she was the primary caregiver to the children. She said she nurtured the children, loved the children, raised the children, fed the children. And then she worked as part-time, but was the primary breadwinner at the end. So she was a superwoman doing everything, and the guy was horrible. they had a court date set, and I think more details will come out. It's pretty sad. I think more details will come out. It's pretty sad, but I wanted to give you guys an update on that because we're talking about Shreveport, Louisiana, and I just wanted to go back to that to give you guys an update on that. What else did I have for us? Let's go to Secretary Duffy. This is another one of my favorite. What else did I have on? Let's go to one more on Fairfax. Let's go to one more on Fairfax. This is a hell of a story. The Fairfax story is a hell of a story. So all of this violence against women and children right now, we got to address it in these democratic cities. All this violence. Let's get into it.
Was this drinker by his wife, Serena, and that he had recently spent what was supposed to be the children's horseback riding lesson money, they're teenagers, to buy a gun. And that, as you had mentioned, he was due to be out of this house by the end of the month. And all of that, according to the
now listen,
Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis, is likely what sparked
I agree. So
the deadly violence here. Now, police were called to the home late last
so he had to be out of
night by the couple's teenage son. His teenage sister was also home at the time. Police say Justin Fairfax.
So he had to be. It sounds a lot like what happened in
documents that Justin Fairfax was described as a heavy drinker.
I want to play that one, but it's not coming through good. It's not coming good. But that's a good one. Let's check out this one.
While he served as lieutenant governor and even afterwards was a rising star politically. At one point in time, I think it's fair to say that Justin Fairfax, before he was lieutenant governor, while he served as lieutenant governor and even afterwards was a rising star politically, not just in Northern Virginia, but in Virginia. So it's high profile in nature. It's tragic in nature. Certainly a fall from grace for a relatively high-profile family that seemingly had a lot of things going in their favor. So tragic for the children to lose both parents. Extra tragic for them to actually be in the home when it occurred. So, yeah, there's a lot going on, and our victim services division, like they always do, is leaning into the family. The surviving relatives, the children in particular, and we'll do everything we can for that.
Double tap, man. The kids were the one who had to call, in Shreveport, Louisiana, they saying, pray for the first responders, because the first responders are the people who had to see walk into a house where 7 kids were laying down after they had just been shot. So that's kind of messed up. That's kind of messed up. Right? Let's see if this one plays a little bit better.
Divorce court documents that Justin Fairfax was described as a heavy drinker.
It's the Instagram.
By his wife, Serena, and that he had recently spent what was supposed to be the children's horseback riding lesson money, they're teenagers, to buy a gun. And that, as you had mentioned, he was due to be out of this house by the end of the month. And all of that, according to the Fairfax County Police Chief Kevin Davis, This is likely what sparked the deadly violence here. Now, police were called to the home late last night by the couple's teenage son. His teenage sister was also home at the time. Police say Justin Fairfax, 47, shot his wife Serena, 45 years old, multiple times in the basement. His body later found in an upstairs bedroom with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. According to court documents, the couple was in the midst of a divorce. She filed for divorce last summer, claiming they had actually been separated since June of 2024, but all the while living in the home together.
It's horrific. It's absolutely horrific. The kids, like the poor kids. And what a selfish act.
I didn't know them personally, but they were good neighbors and, community minded. And it's terribly sad.
Anything like this is upsetting. And then you think about the children, because their futures are big time changed.
Police say the only incident of alleged domestic violence they're aware of was when Justin Fairfax called police in January, claiming Serena had assaulted him.
We responded to that scene. There are several.
So it's messed up, man. He was being abused by the woman, and he was being put out. And I think he was. I don't know what y'all think in the chat. What y'all think happened? He had a deadline to get out the house. He bought the house. He lost his job because of Me Too allegations. What y'all think happened, man? What y'all think happened, man? Fairfax. What y'all think happened? Now, I also was doing research in Virginia, and I told you that Virginia has a vote in election today. Here goes the Black Panther, Barack Obama, the king of Wakanda, talking about the election in Virginia. Let's get into it.
Early voting is underway, and Virginians are turning out in record numbers to vote yes. By voting yes, you have a chance to do something important, not just for the Commonwealth, but for our entire country. By voting yes, you can push back against the Republicans trying to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms. By voting yes, you can take a temporary step to level the playing field. And we're counting on you. Early voting is happening right now. Election Day is on April 21st. So go to iwillvote.com/VA to find your closest polling location. Make a plan, show up, and vote yes, Virginia. Hey, Virginia.
Y'all got that? Y'all see this shit? Y'all see this shit? Special election in Virginia. Special election in Virginia.
It is officially over now.
Melody, it is your last day to cast that early ballot was on Saturday. If you didn't make it yet, time to head to the polls tomorrow and what will be a special election day here in Virginia. And the results could certainly have some big impact in Congress during President Trump's final 2 years in office.
This is one of the highest stakes special elections Virginia has seen in decades.
We spoke with the local political science professor over at George Mason about this vote that's part of a national Democratic response to GOP-led redistricting efforts elsewhere across the country ahead of the midterms. Now, usually redistricting is done after the census by a Virginia bipartisan commission. The redistricting ballot is designed to give Democrats a 10-to-1 advantage here. Currently, Democrats hold 6 seats to the Republicans' 5.
It's unilateral disarmament is one of the Democrats' arguments. They say, hey, if they're going to do that over there and we don't do it here, then we're going to be the good guys who lose.
Now, this redistricting amendment could change congressional district maps statewide federally through 2030. Now, polls will open tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Of course, you can count on 7 News to keep you updated. Reporting live in Fairfax County, I'm Liana Golden, 7 News.
A lot is at stake. Thank you, Liana. Well, Virginia is one of the many states joining a nationwide effort to draw new maps ahead of this year's midterm elections. Democrats are looking to pick up several seats in the Commonwealth, while Republicans could gain seats in Florida. And GOP-favored maps have already been approved in Texas, Missouri, and North Carolina. A Democrat-favored map was approved in California. In Maryland, a redistricting bill died as the legislative session ended last week.
5:30.
Well, it.
So that's hold on. Let me. 5:30.
Legal storm for.
So this is an update on Swalwell. Yesterday, I played the interview of the accuser, Lana Drews, who says she was drugged. And this is the lead runner, Democrat governor in California, also congressman, had to step down because of Me Too allegations.
Former Congressman Eric Swalwell now under investigation by the DOJ. Multiple women have come forward with serious sexual assault and harassment allegations, while separate probes and new questions about campaign spending continue to emerge. Joining us to discuss this and more is partner at Zealous Advocates, attorney Jeremy Aldridge. Good morning to you, Jeremy. So here we've got all these allegations, some very serious claims, and now you got the DOJ and local prosecutors looking into this, as well as these campaign finance funds. From your experience on both sides of the courtroom, how does a case like this develop, and what are the biggest due process concerns when you have parallel investigations and this level of public attention?
First, when we're talking about the sexual assault allegations, the first thing that we have to be worried about is which agencies are taking lead on this and whether we're going to see a duplication of efforts that could cause problems to the investigation. Meaning, we don't want alleged victims of sexual assaults interviewed multiple times by multiple people. That naturally creates inconsistent statements, whether it's intentional or not, and could definitely harm the investigation. Secondly, we don't want to see multiple agencies not coordinating with one another. For instance, I had an FBI agent and a local homicide detective arrive within 2 days of each other to do DNA swabs of the same person. These things create problems. You could have an issue with the DNA and then create a challenge in court that's wildly unnecessary to happen.
So how are they going to do this? Try to coordinate with each other?
Well, some of it is going to be, do these individuals get along? We have different states. These are the kind of cases that big city DAs salivate over. These are cases that make DAs careers, especially if they're in states that might be controlled by the opposite political party. So if we have a Republican district attorney or state's attorney that's looking to prosecute former Congressman Swalwell, they're going to prosecute it more aggressively or differently potentially than in a home state of California. So we're going to have to see whether these sides can actually cooperate. And obviously on top of that, we have DOJ, the Department of Justice, that's controlled by the president. So will these parties work in tandem with another, or will they investigate this separately? And that remains to be seen.
And let's talk about the campaign spending side of this, because how do they begin to determine that those funds were used for something other than funding for the campaign? How can they determine whether it's bad politically or ethically and something that actually, crosses the line into a crime?
These federal election cases are paper cases. That's how they're investigated. So the first thing that happens is they download the reports and they look at all these reports, and receipts have to be maintained for a period of time. And so it's not difficult to discern whether these expenses are related to alcohol. And they may look sleazy and uncomfortable to a lot of not only the people that donated money, but to a lot of the constituents involved in it. The question is, just because they look bad, just because they look sleazy, are they necessarily criminal versus unethical? If he were still in Congress, it would definitely be an ethics issue. Whether it's criminal or not remains to be seen.
Well, no one's going to have a receipt that shows I use this campaign fund to go partying over here in Vegas, right? So at what point are you looking at this from a perspective, okay, I paid this money back, so it didn't come from my campaign finances. There seems to be so many ways where this can be played out. I mean, how much of this now plays out in the court of public opinion before it ever even gets near the jury? And what impact will that have on real victims, the accused, and the justice system itself?
Well, the first question about alcohol is easy to answer. If you're just hosting an event where you have constituents coming or donors coming and you're serving alcohol, that's obviously not what we're talking about. But if you're sitting with your friends in a hotel room just ordering massive amounts of alcohol, or going down to Vegas spending massive amounts of money on alcohol to simply engage in partying, that could be a misuse or misappropriation of campaign funds, and that is in and of itself criminal. Moreover, when we talk about the prosecution of potential sexual allegations in criminal court, could prior bad acts like this weigh on his credibility if he lied in campaign filings? Because those are signed under the penalty of perjury. So that could be problematic for him as well in future prosecutions.
Right. Things looking bad for him right now. How do you feel about the case?
Well, if I'm him, number one is you need to stop giving any public statements. There's no public statement that you can make right now beyond what's already been said, which is a simple denial. That's number one. Number two is you need to do your own companion and parallel investigation. Having represented elected officials locally, you have to make sure that you're compiling all the same evidence, or at least as much of it as you can during the time period as far as what's out there, and try to get ahead of law enforcement insofar as making sure that you have your ducks in a row.
All right. Attorney Jeremy Aldrich, always good to talk to you, sir. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Stand out with Forum. Our goal is to
So that's a lot more details we getting on. That was on Swalwell, and then before that we saw Obama. Before that we saw Obama. Before that we saw Obama talking about the special election and wanting everybody to go out and vote and basically make it unfair. Because right now in Virginia, you have 5 Republican seats and 6 Democratic seats. The Democrats want to make it 10 Democratic seats and then 1 Republican seat. That doesn't sound very democratic to me. And look who's behind it. The king of Wakanda, Black Panther, Barack Obama, your black mama.
Important. Not just for the Commonwealth, but for our entire country. By voting yes, you can push back against the Republicans trying to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms. By voting yes, you can take a temporary step to level the playing field. And we're counting on you. Early voting is happening right now. Election day is on April 21st. So go to iwillvote.com/VA to find your closest polling location. Make a plan, show up, and vote yes, Virginia. Hey, Virginia. Early voting is underway, and Virginians are turning out in record numbers to vote yes. By voting yes, you have a chance to do something important, not just for the Commonwealth, but for our entire country. By voting yes, you can push back against the Republicans trying to give themselves an unfair advantage in the midterms. By voting yes, you can take a temporary step to level the playing field. And we're counting on you. Early voting is happening right now. Election day is on April 21st. So go to iwillvote.com/VA to find your closest polling location.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. This is Barack Obama, who's not the president no more, trying to, and remember, Barack Obama is the reason why Abigail Spanberger, who is the one behind this, who's behind taking the Electoral College votes, who's behind the dog taxes, who's behind tripling salaries. She ain't been in office 100 days. When we talk about shadow government, when we talk about who was running the government when Biden was falling asleep, what do you guys see?
You know, over the past few weeks, you may have seen ads using images of the KKK, Jim Crow, and the civil rights movement to confuse you about the redistricting referendum. Now, let me be straight with you. These ads are deceptive, they're disgraceful, and they're deeply racist. And to add insult to injury, they're lying about President Obama and Governor Spanberger. Here's the truth. This is the real deal. President Obama, Governor Spanberger, the NAACP, and Black leaders across the Commonwealth are urging Virginians to vote yes. I am urging you to vote yes. In fact, all of these ads are funded by a shady group tied to a billionaire, some MAGA Republicans, even some Black folks who are trying to use these lies to suppress the Black vote. And what they're doing is an old trick with a dark history. During Reconstruction and all the way through the Jim Crow era, white politicians responded to Black people getting the right to vote with lies, fear, and intimidation, all designed to keep people away from the polls. That is exactly what MAGA Republicans are doing in Virginia today. It's a different century, but the same playbook. Right now, our democracy is facing a serious threat. Under pressure from Donald Trump, Republicans in Texas, Missouri, and North Carolina have already redrawn their maps to steal more seats in the midterms, and Florida Republicans were about to do the same. Virginia's referendum is your chance to fight back. Voting yes means a temporary change to your congressional map in response to an extraordinary power grab from Donald Trump and Republicans. So look, don't let MAGA win with blatant disinformation and racist lies. What happens in Virginia will help determine what kind of country we have moving forward. One where a Republican Congress allows Donald Trump to continue his chaos, or one where the people put up guardrails and begin the process of recovering the country we know and love from this radical and incompetent administration. I believe that we, the people, have the power and we need to use it. So make a plan to vote yes. Bring your friends and neighbors. Early voting ends this Saturday, April the 18th. Election day is Tuesday, April the 21st. Find your polling place at iwillvote.com/VA. The power is yours. Use it. Hello, Virginia. You know, over the past few weeks, you may have seen ads using images of the KKK.
So he, again, remember who you're watching. You're watching me. A lot of my people love me, right? Because I say the Democrats are chicken shit for making everything black and white, making everything partisan. And here it is. He's talking about stealing votes, changing the electoral college, changing the electoral map, but he's framing it with the KKK and black people, but he's leaving out that he is lying to you and using propaganda. Abigail Spanberger is a white woman who this black man is supporting and Barack Obama is supporting, but I want to show you something about how hypocrisy. So the Democrats, when they want you to vote, they use race. When the Democrats want to get what they want, they can use black people and use black people, but when it's not advantageous for them, they throw black people under the bus. Like the brother in Virginia, the lieutenant governor who could have been the governor and would have been running for president, he got thrown under the bus by the DNC. Jasmine Crockett got thrown under the bus by the DNC. And then what you need to understand about Spanberger only being governor for 100 days, the leader in the gubernatorial race was a black woman who was lieutenant governor. And she could have and would have won, but Barack Obama put his finger on the scale and asked American people to vote for the white woman. But Eric Holder just said this had to do with black shit. Let's look at this hypocrisy.
That we should have voted for Kamala Harris because she's black and has similar experiences as us. This is Barack Obama talking to black men when Kamala Harris was running for president. Pay attention to what he's saying, and then pay attention to what I show you after and think about it.
On the one hand, you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes from those experiences. He said, work harder and do more.
So when he's talking to black men about voting for Kamala Harris, he makes sure to make it about race and say she's like you. You need to vote for her. But now let's translate that to the governor's race in Virginia. You have a black woman running. Her name is Winsome Earl Sears, and a white woman named Abigail Spanberger. Let's take a look and see who Barack Obama endorsed.
Virginia's elections are some of the most important in the country this year.
and I am proud to endorse Abigail Spanberger for governor.
But Barack Obama was just telling black men that we should have voted for Kamala Harris because she's black and has similar experiences as us. But now there's a black woman running for governor in the state of Virginia, and Barack Obama is endorsing the white woman. Why is that? Because
Okay, wait a minute. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. Let's go back here. Now, Eric Holder, Barack Obama, crony. Look at, now he's talking about Virginia. Now, look at how he uses the black. Look at how he uses black.
Jim Crow and the civil rights movement to confuse you about the redistricting referendum. Now, let me be straight with you. These ads are deceptive. They're disgraceful, and they're deeply racist. And to add insult to injury, they're lying about President Obama and Governor Spanberger. Here's the truth. This is the real deal. President Obama, Governor Spanberger, the NAACP, and black leaders across the Commonwealth are urging Virginians to vote yes. I am urging you
black
to vote
you
yes.
See how he invoked that?
In fact, all of these ads are funded by a shady group tied to a billionaire, some MAGA Republicans, even some black folks.
Even some black folks. Even some black folks. Even some black folks.
it's not about aligning yourself with people that look like you. It's about Democrats staying in power or getting power. Barack Obama was just manipulating black people's sensitivity on race in order to get them to vote for a Democrat. But now that the black person is a Republican and not a Democrat, he's going to vote against that black individual. So again, it's not about skin color. It's about political power, and Democrats just manipulate black people's sensitivity on race in order to get black people to help Democrats stay in power.
Shit, shut him down. Shut him down. Shut him down. Shut him down. God dog it.
And many black Americans don't realize it. But Barack Obama was just telling black men that we should have voted for Kamala Harris because she's black and has similar experiences as us. This is Barack Obama talking to black men when Kamala Harris was running for president.
Can't make this shit up, man. I love my job, man. I love my job, man. I love my job, man. I love my job. Ain't they something? Ain't the Democrats something? And this young brother, he said the Democrat, this is what Blexit is all about. This is why I love Charlie Kirk. I always say, God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. I love Blexit. And I always tell black people to get off of that Democratic plantation because the Democrats are manipulating you. I just showed it in real time. I just showed Eric Holder, even some black people, KKK, Jim Crow, all this 19th century shit that don't exist in 2026. KKK, Jim Crow, Virginia, it's all about MAGA, even some black people. Blackity, blackity, black, 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 blackity, black, black, black. But when there was a black woman running for governor, they didn't give a fuck about blackity, black, black, black. In Virginia today, it's blackity, black, black, blackity, black, black. Kamala is blackity, black, black. I don't give a fuck if she's black. It's blackity, black, black. That's why I call him Barack Obama, the Black Panther, the king of Wakanda, your black mama. Let's listen to your black mama. Let's go to your black mama, Barack Obama, the king of Wakanda, when he was telling black men, you don't want me to get Michelle. You don't want me to get Michelle. Or you don't want me to get Michelle if you don't vote for Kamala, whatever the fuck her name is. You think I just fell out of a coconut tree? If you don't want to vote for Kamala, you don't want me to get Michelle. Him talking down to black men, not about what your vote should be based on your economic background, your cultural background, your social ecological background. You know what I'm saying? No, he said your vote should be based on who your daddy fucked. Let's listen.
Pay attention to what he's saying, and then pay attention to what I show you after and think about it.
On the one hand, you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you, went to college with you, understands the struggles and pain and joy that comes and do more.
So when he's talking to black men about voting for Kamala Harris, he makes sure to make it about race and say she's like you. You need to vote for her. But now let's translate that to the governor's race in Virginia. You have a black woman running. Her name is Winsome Earl Sears, and a white woman named Abigail Spanberger. Let's take a look and see who Barack Obama endorsed.
Virginia's elections are some of the most important in the country this year, and I am proud to endorse Abigail Spanberger for governor.
But Barack Obama was just telling black men that we should have voted for Kamala Harris because she's black and has similar experiences as us. But now there's a black woman running for governor in the state of Virginia, and Barack Obama is endorsing the white woman. Why is that? Because it's not about aligning yourself with people that look like you. It's about Democrats staying in power or getting power. Barack Obama was just manipulating black people's sensitivity on race in order to get them to vote for a Democrat. But now that the black person is a Republican enough,
Woo! Woo! Barack Obama was just manipulating black people's sensitivity to get them to vote for a Democrat. Oh, no, to get them to vote for a Democrat. Run that
Virginia
back.
and Barack Obama is endorsing the white woman. Why is that? Because it's not about aligning yourself with people that look like you. It's about Democrats staying in power or getting power. Barack Obama was just manipulating black people's sensitivity on race in order to get them to vote for a Democrat. But now
he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that, would he? Got him! Got him! Got him! Barack Obama wouldn't do that. The Democrats wouldn't do that, right? The Democrats wouldn't manipulate your sensitivities about race. They wouldn't make everything racial and then put you in a racial box to get you to vote for them. They wouldn't put everything right. You know, the people come in my chat. They come in my chat and they think they can put me in a racial box. They say, you're black. You have to be Democrat. If you're not Democrat, you're not black. Who said that? A white man. His name was Joe Biden. Remember the white man who said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black? That's why I'm not confused when people come in my chat room and they're discombobulated and they can't compute. Boop, 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 boop. It's a black man. Boop, 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 boop. He's a Republican. Boop, 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 boop. My brain cannot compute. Boop, 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 boop. My brain does not compute. Boop, 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 boop. Black equals Democrat. The black equals Democrat. Boop, 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 boop. That's what they do every time they come in my chat. Their brain stops working. It's a brain fart. It's a computer meltdown. Boop, 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 boop. Black equals Democrat. I don't know what I'm seeing. Black equals Democrat. Black equals Democrat. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Who are you? You black and you a Republican? Boop, 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 boop. What's wrong with you? No, it's what's wrong with you and your robotic brain. Your broken, this malfunctioning existence. What's wrong with you? What happened to you where you were so programmed that you see the skin color of an American and you assume party loyalty and allegiance? That has to be a flaw within you. It cannot be a flaw within thy. You look at an American, you see the skin color of that American, and you associate a political party to that person based on their skin color. That is a flaw in you. You have to ask yourself, why have you been programmed to think that way? I know that makes you pissed off, right? Because you never thought about it like that. You never thought about it like that, did you? Oh, shit. I never thought about it like that. Why do I automatically associate black men with the Democratic Party? I didn't think about how biased and prejudiced and fuck. I didn't even give him a chance. I just saw black skin and I said Democrat. Shit. Why do I do that? What makes me do that? I don't even know. This guy is smart. You don't even know why you do it. That is the program. That is the agenda. You don't even know why. When you see a black person, you want, your brain tries to associate party loyalty. And then when you can't, you get upset and you start saying ignorant things in the chat because there's a disconnect because you've been programmed to believe a certain thing. It's fucked up, right? It's fucked up, right? That's Chris said, I see character, morals, and if they have a job. Chris, you know what I see? I see super chat. You look like somebody who wants to super chat. Chris, go ahead and send me a super chat. You look like you got some disposable income. Send in the super chat. Send in the super chat. Join the channel. Become a member. Yesterday, we had Bridge donate about 5 memberships. People join the channel, become a member. That's how you support the channel. It's like $5 a month. It's like less than a cup of coffee. I mean, the coffee is $5, but it's less than 10 cents a day. Who remembers when you used to go to when I was a kid, we used to be running the streets in San Francisco. In the 80s and the 90s, I used to be running the streets in San Francisco. Who remembers the coffee shops in cities like San Francisco, Oakland, New York, and the old man, they would sit at the even in McDonald's, people would go in the morning and sit coffee. They would have newspaper at McDonald's, but they would have coffee shops, and you could have bottomless coffee for 25 cents. I remember, and it was this big place in San Francisco. It was like a cup of Joe, and you could have like a bottomless cup of coffee for less than $1. Who remember? You go to the coffee shop, you sit at the counter, they bring you a white cup. It's the drip coffee. You can drink as much as you want for pennies. Who remembers that? Lazy Bones with the $5 super chat. Lazy Bones with the $5 super chat and the membership. Shout out to Lazy Bones in the building. Thank you for the super chat. Everybody out there, see a super chat, send a super chat, follow suit, man. Make it a habit, man. Make it a habit. Don't grab it. Oh, man, my wife went on a vacation, man. She came home last night. Let's talk about stabbing it and grabbing it. Holy moly matrimony. I was doing a Watusi. Can you do the mashed potato? I can mashed potato. I can do the twist. I can do the twist. Now tell me, baby, tell me, do you like it like this? Do you like it like this? Boy, I was last night while I was in there. I can mash potato. I can mash potato. I can do the twist. I can do the twist. Tell me, baby. Do you like it like this? Do you like it like this? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Do you love me? Do you love me? Put it in the chat. Do you all love Perfect Timing Podcast? I need to know right now. I'm a Leo. I need the love. I need the love. I need the love. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Now that I whooped your ass. Watch me now. Hey, work. I'll work it out, baby. Work. Oh, you're driving me crazy. Work. I'll work it out, baby. Yeah, I miss my wife. It was fun. We had fun. How many people love their wife and their significant other? How many ever have some coochie that make you want to sing and dance? Make you get up and sing and dance, get up and do the mashed potato. Have you ever did the mashed potato? Put a one in the chat if you ever did the mashed potato on that thing. Have you ever did the Watusi on the Tucci, on the coochie? This is I just want to know one time. Can you mash potato? Can you do the twist? That's all I want to know. We're going to transition. We're going to transition. We transition into a Nancy Guthrie update. Y'all know I solved the Nancy Guthrie case. Double tap at the like button. Send a super chat. Double tap at the like button. The left has seriously been on the wrong side. Man, Stephen A. Smith, you know, I think Stephen A. Smith needs to get security, bro. Because Stephen A. Smith has been a #1 vocal articulate of that. Chris said, I have 0 in my account. Chris, you got some money. Chris, you got some money. Send a super chat. Somebody send a super chat for Chris. And send her a membership. I want her to be a membership. Send her a membership. Send me a super chat for Chris. Nancy, what you doing? I'll be seeing Nancy every day. That pretty ass cat. That's a beautiful, but that cat, I love that species of cat, but man, that's a fucking mean ass cat. You know, the pretty cats be the mean motherfuckers. I used to have a cat like that. That motherfucker was mean. Send some money, send the cash out for her, and let's do somebody gift out some memberships. Somebody gift out some memberships. So I solved the Nancy Guthrie case. I solved it. And I believe it's kind of fucked up. This is an 80-year-old woman, a grandmother. And I believe the case hasn't been solved by the mainstream because there's this TDS. And there's people who really dislike Trump and the administration. You have Democratic states, you have sanctuary states, you have Democratic enclaves, and they really dislike Trump and the administration. And ever since the beginning of the Nancy Guthrie case, I believe what took place is that you had a Democratic state and city who did not want Trump to bring, the National Guard and ICE to Tucson because Tucson is plagued with cartels and immigrant violence. It's on the border. Highway 19 separates Nogales. It's an hour away from the border. So if 10 million people came across the border in 2022, what does that say about this? That means these places, G-U-T-H-R-I-E, these places are plagued with migrant crime. And this would be a perfect place for Trump to take the ICE agents and start to help clean up the crime on these border cities. I solved the Nancy Guthrie case about 40 days ago. I said Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped by, everybody in the chat, write this down who's watching right now, SATG, South American Theft Group. Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped by SATG, a South American theft group. They were identified and arrested in Texas. 20 of them were arrested in Texas. But we have multiple theft groups. We have a Colombian theft group and a Guatemalan theft group. The Guatemalan theft group was arrested in Texas, 20 of them. But what I learned and what I share with my audience is that when the leaders of the Guatemalan theft group were arrested, and it was documented that they came across in 2022 when Joe Biden was president with the open border policy, he said that he had been selling the equipment used to commit the home invasions to the Colombian theft group. So in the Nancy Guthrie case, there's a bunch of details, and there's no theory out there that answers what took place. The only theory that's been put forth that answers all of the questions is my theory of the South American theft groups. These South American theft groups do highline home invasions. They've robbed NBA basketball players in multiple states. They robbed Karen Bass in California. And this is status quo for these South American theft groups. So how do they do it? They go on the internet, they stalk the person on social media, they find out who they are, and then they go into the house, and like with Nancy Guthrie, I always said from the beginning, they knew who she was. They knew that was Savannah Guthrie's mom, and they knew that they were doing it for a ransom and for millions of dollars. The South American theft group arrested in Texas have been known to steal $6 million. They have been known for stealing. They weren't a small-time gang. They weren't stealing tens of thousands. They were stealing millions of dollars, right? You guys, this all adds up. It all makes sense. Like, this wasn't some fly-by-night, everyday criminals. The South American theft groups are known for stealing millions upon millions of dollars. So what's the other aspect? So Nancy Guthrie, did they know? Yes, they knew. Did they stalk? Yes, they knew. The South American theft groups know their victims. They stalk them on social media. What else to explain what happened to Nancy Guthrie that the South American theft groups do, and that's part of their MO? Well, the technology that they use. The South American theft groups, SATG, use a technology called signal jammers. So when we saw those Ozark backpacks with the reflector on them in the Texas case, and I showed video of the Texas arrest of the South American theft group that was arrested in Texas, and they had a similar backpack to the assailants in Tucson, Arizona. The connection is eerie. So what is the connection? It's not the backpack. It's what's in the backpack. It's the backpack, but it's what's in the backpack. What's in the backpack? What's in the backpack is a signal jammer. Because what did we learn? They were in Nancy Guthrie's home for 45 minutes. Nancy Guthrie has a very high security. A Nest security system. Should have went off. The criminals were comfortable in the home. They didn't rush. They didn't rush to leave. They knew they wouldn't be tracked. They had the signal jammers. They had done their research. The signal jammer blocks the camera and it blocks police. I played the video. So the South American theft groups, which there are multiple theft groups who came across in 2022, Guatemalan who were arrested, but the Colombian theft group hasn't been arrested. I repeat, that the Colombian theft group that the FBI knows about, these are the two that we know about. That's not to say that there's only two. Are you guys listening? These are the two that we know about. That's not to say that there are only two. We know about the Guatemalan clique and we know about the Colombian clique. We only know about the Colombian clique because the Guatemalan leader sold signal jammers to the Colombians. And they also are committing highline home invasions using these signal jammers that block high-profile home security systems and police radio and scanner. This is how Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. This is the only scenario that makes sense. No one else can speak to how and why they were able to be in the home for 45 minutes. This is why you haven't found her. This is why you haven't found them. Another thing to support my theory is that they could not track the IP or the VPN of the emails. No American has the proficiency where the FBI can't track your digital footprint. It reminds me of the Somalians who fish our grandmothers in the email. You know, the Somalians who send your grandmother an email and say, donate money to this account and take all of her money. And then you can't track it because they know how to hide the IP addresses in Africa. Guess where else? In Mexico. So the digital footprint should have been able to be traced. But these individuals are familiar with phishing. So they set up a crypto wallet and they sent emails, several emails to TMZ and to FBI, and they never feared. Do you guys know that there was a guy in California who tried to claim the reward? He tried to send a ghost email. The FBI tracked him down in hours and arrested him in Southern California for trying to be a fucking dick and send a fake email and try to get the ransom. He thought he was an IT genius. The FBI tracked him down in hours. He tried to hide his IP. He tried to do a jumping IP VPN. That FBI tracked him down in hours. The FBI has been unsuccessful at tracking down the digital footprint of the kidnappers. Why? Because they're not American. The servers are not in America. The crypto wallet is not in America. And this has not been addressed, the South American theft group angle, because Trump is president. Nancy Guthrie is gone. She's probably passed away because Trump is president, and people don't want Trump to be right about the immigrant crime. People don't want Trump to be right about how he's using ICE in American cities. So Nancy Guthrie is gone, and we'll never get to the bottom of it because it involves the immigrant crisis in 2022 and the people who came across in 2022 and what they've been doing since they've been here and what they're doing as they're here. It's fucked up, right? It's fucked up, right? I told you I solved it. I told you I solved it. South American theft groups.
Since Nancy Guthrie went missing, and I guess here was the big update that was supposed to come last night. It came from this account called the Midwest Pundit. Originally, we thought that there may be some legitimacy to this because Savannah abruptly left the Today Show. She was interviewing Anne Hathaway and then suddenly cuts to a commercial break. And then all of a sudden, when they come back from commercial, Hoda Kotb is then interviewing Anne Hathaway. Just very strange. And Savannah, to my understanding, did not come back for the remainder of the show. And then I believe she's back as of today, Thursday. But yesterday, this account on Facebook, the Midwest Pundit, posted that there was this big announcement or that there was a big break in the investigation that was going to be coming out. And everybody was on the edge of their seats, myself included, expecting there to be some sort of big announcement. This was, I guess, the groundbreaking announcement that he put out. This is from the Midwest Pundit. It says, "Good evening, breaking down these updates in bullet points for ease. One, the ransom to Bitcoin guy was paid." I'm assuming that's the pen pal that's been writing to Sheriff Harvey on TMZ every day. So I guess they paid his, what was it? He was asking for half a Bitcoin is what he lowered the price to. I guess that was suddenly, affordable for the family. It says 2, he admitted in emails that Nancy never made it to Mexico, but was alive for 1 to 2 days. Okay, I think we all assumed she wasn't alive for any more than 2 days. She's 84 years old and she was sickly. 3, Bitcoin guy was an eavesdropper. So he wasn't, I guess, part of the actual alleged old lady snatching. He just was eavesdropping. Was he in his car eavesdropping the entire time? 4, the main suspected kidnappers' initials are JHRG. Throwing this in for the I told you so moment. JHRG. What is JHRG? That doesn't spell any or Tommaso. He said the new details are ransom was paid, information points away from Mexico. Unlikely that this Jew is connected to the kidnapping, and the FBI apparently has a person of interest. He continued by saying big night. I don't know, big night as in you gave us a heart attack over nothing. He says the feds, but not Pima County, the feds have an idea. Finding the sole survivor is the journey to justice. The sole survivor. What in the Akon song, Soul Survivor? What? This update, I feel conned. I feel duped. I'm sorry that I conned and duped you. From now on, we only trust Father Brian Enton. Even if they did pay the Bitcoin guy, and this is the information he gave him, I want my Bitcoin back. It wasn't even my Bitcoin, but I want a refund. This is some BS. Where's Nancy? Where's the lady? How have we still not found the damn lady? Sorry, not the damn lady. To Nancy up in heaven, I apologize. But where's the lady?
Hello.
Straight up. Y'all don't want to know. I don't think they don't want to know. I don't think they want to know because I solved the case. South American theft groups didn't get to Mexico.
The Nancy Guthrie investigation, folks, it feels so good to say that. ABC News, News Nation, and also Fox now all confirming. Now, you got to realize, especially ABC News, they've been quiet. They have excellent sources within the FBI. The FBI is confirming they now have the DNA analysis, probably that they should have had from the very beginning. Why this is significant, you have to realize they have far more sophisticated lab capabilities. I know some people have said, well, why wasn't this done in the beginning? You don't understand. They're not baking a cake. Okay, this isn't making cookies. They now have the capability.
That's bullshit. Everybody be on the Democrat liberal bullshit. That's bullshit. The sheriff refused to let the DNA go to Quantico. Why did the sheriff refuse to have the DNA go to Quantico? The sheriff allowed pool cleaners with chemicals that could fuck up the DNA. Now we have to test the pool cleaners. I bet this motherfucker in the orange don't know shit about the case. How come nobody don't post me? How come I'm not famous? How come my shit don't go viral? This motherfucker don't know what he's talking about. He just white. The sheriff refused to send the DNA to Quantico because they don't want ICE in Tucson. The sheriff refused to work with the FBI because they don't want ICE in Tucson. Just now, it's getting to Quantico, and that's bullshit. The sheriff fucked up this whole investigation because I think the sheriff is on the take. I think the sheriff is making money off the cartel because the cartel is running Tucson like a lot of American cities on the border. The sheriff don't want the federal government there uncovering what's really going on in Tucson. Facts. The sheriff blocked the DNA. We all know that. And the sheriff allowed pool cleaners, multiple pool cleaners, into the house, onto the property with chemicals that could have destroyed the DNA day after the kidnapping. We all played the video. What is this guy talking about? Double tap at the like button.
To really go through the DNA found inside the home of Nancy Guthrie. And on top of that, you got to read between the lines. The FBI would not be telling ABC, would not be telling News Nation that they had something if they didn't feel good about it. So this is huge. This tells me the FBI is upping their level in the investigation, number one. Number two, News Nation, I believe, they're also confirming on a second time back to the house, they got clippings from Nancy's bed. So I am telling you, I have been quiet. I haven't been saying something's going to happen today or tomorrow, nothing like that. But I am telling you, if the FBI is on this, they have the capabilities to solve this with the DNA. They now have it from their lab. They're driving this investigation, not Sheriff Nanos. How confident, how good do I feel about this? I'm looking at flights to Tucson. Nancy Guthrie, we're going to solve this.
What an idiot. What a clown. What
All right, day 75. And
What
we
a
have breaking
clown.
news with the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Folks, it
What a
feels so good to say
clown.
that. ABC.
What a clown. What a clown. He don't know shit about shit. What a fucking clown. What a fucking clown. Fucking clown shoes. Fucking clown shoes. And whatever they say, he'll believe it. Whatever they say, he'll
Nancy
believe
Guthrie investigation, 60 days since Mrs. Guthrie disappeared. And I'm learning something else from my sources in the investigation, and that is that at this stage, they are now running down the contractors and the subcontractors and doing the interviews. Can you imagine the number of people that you'd have to find and then just getting through all of those interviews, the ones who will agree to it? And also, when my sources told me about running down the contractors and subcontractors and doing the interviews, the quote was, "It's a mess. It's a mess." Think about this for a minute, okay? Your own home excluded. Just think about every other home out there and all the things that happen at your home where strangers are on your property, right? Maybe some painting, maybe some roofing, maybe some yard work. There's just an endless list of people who work on our homes, right? Mrs. Guthrie had money. It was a nice home. And that is the list they're running down and doing the interviews now. Contractors, the subcontractors. And may I remind you, not just at Mrs. Guthrie's home. There's work being done in all those homes surrounding her house. People driving by and seeing Mrs. Guthrie maybe on one of her good days when she went down to the post box and got her mail. And somebody could have seen, there's a vault.
Ain't a damn contract. You hear this shit? That's a stretch if I have a fucking contract. Ain't no fucking contract. You hear this shit? Oh, man, that's horrible. They don't want to find her, y'all. They don't want to find her, y'all. These people are just fucking, people be calling me a grifter. They ain't did no real research. I found the South American death groups, man. I really do this, man. I already figured this shit out, man. I solved it, man. I pray that, I pray for the family, man. Pray for the family, man, for sure, man. Pray for the family, man. We got a deadline tonight, you guys. We got a deadline tonight. Tomorrow, that's what we're going to be talking about, the deadline. How did it go? You feel what I'm saying? We got a deadline tonight. Trump said, let's go to Trump real quick. This is going to be the last thing we talked about today. We got a deadline tonight, y'all. We got a deadline, and we're going to see how Iran is going to react to the Straits of Hormuz closing. We have a deadline tonight, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to see how Trump, the art of the deal, the great negotiator. Let's get into it. Let's get into it.
On 9 Now and YouTube this morning, President Trump issues a warning, a grim one, as the ceasefire deadline looms, plus a rare warning, Japan on high alert for a potential mega quake. And
extended. Okay. But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. I think it's going to happen. Maybe I won't extend it. Okay. But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe
The blockade is staying. I started off my broadcast showing us bomb and board an Iranian ship. Yesterday, we turned around a Chinese ship. This is live reporting from the MAGA nation. Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues tonight at 11:59. The ceasefire expires. Are y'all with me? The ceasefire expires. Trump is saying the blockade will stay in place. We probably just gonna start bombing because they won't agree to the peace agreement and giving up the nuclear uranium. Trump ain't playing.
maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again. Thank you very much, everybody.
You have a blockade, and unfortunately, we're gonna have to start dropping bombs again. Huh? We'll start dropping bombs over Baghdad. Don't pull the thing out unless you bang. Bombs over Baghdad. Double tap at the like button. Don't pull the thing out unless you ready to bang.
You don't have a deal by Wednesday when the ceasefire ends. Will you extend the ceasefire or will
I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain.
Will you extend the ceasefire? Trump, live breaking news, Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. This is our last story of the evening. Trump is saying he will not extend the deadline and the blockade will stay in effect. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast for geopolitical debate on YouTube. Trump saying the blockade stays in effect and the ceasefire is done. Bombs over Baghdad.
But maybe I won't extend it. So you have a blockade, and unfortunately, we'll have to start dropping bombs again.
Bombs over Baghdad. Don't pull the gun out unless you pat the bang. Bombs over Baghdad.
You don't have a deal by Wednesday when the ceasefire ends. Will you extend the ceasefire or will
I
you
don't know.
start
Maybe not.
attacks? Yeah.
Maybe I won't extend it.
Okay.
But the blockade is going to remain. But maybe I won't extend it. So you.
Right. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Same bad time, same bad channel. I see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. again. We doing our Mars multi-aspect ratio live streaming. You can watch me on the cell phone. You can watch me on your laptop and television now. Shout out to StreamYard. Shout out to YouTube. Shout out to the internet MAGA community. Thank you to all my subscribers and supporters. Lazy Bones with the $5. Lazy Bones with the $5. And then I had a $2 super chat. Thank you to the super chat. The Cash App is $Big D Rent. Somebody put my Cash App. It's in the description. Somebody put my Cash App in the comment section, man. The Cash App is $Big D Rents. The podcast is Perfect Timing Podcast. Hit the Cash App, hit the super chat, send gifts, join the channel, become a member. It's $5 a month, man. It's a Somalian special, man. Become a member of the Perfect Timing Podcast. It's cheaper than feeding a starving Somalian. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They built a Leering Center, and they didn't leer shit. They stole all your money. Just accept it. Y'all go ahead, support the channel, man. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. They opened Leering Centers. The kids didn't lear shit. But you can donate to the podcast and I'll get rich. I said they open leering centers. The kids didn't leer shit. They open leering centers. The kids didn't leer shit. They open leering centers. The kids didn't leer shit. You can join my channel for less than this. It's $4.99 for 30 days of fun. It's the best $5 you ever spent on anyone. They stole $19 billion, allegedly. They had leering centers. The children didn't leer shit. Hey, my kids are here. My wife is here. My kids are here. I love you guys. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m. See you tomorrow at 1 p.m.